Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rice Krispies Treats Week here on Series E. It's week number 7, and we're kicking off Pro Night here tonight. I'm your host, as always, and my name is Ye. So super excited to be here once again. A very fun competition last night that saw Team Pop-Tarts coming up just short of PSS on open night, and now they'll have the opportunity to try and do it again here tonight with all of the best pros in North America coming out to compete. It's going to be a fun one. For those of you that are new, Series E works a little bit like this, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that qualified for Series E either through our open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all 9 of those teams have now been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands, and each player now makes $750 a month salary, as well as competes weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and then every single Wednesday, like tonight, against some of the best pros from all across North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. And key to know, signups are now live already for next week's open night. So get over there right now. It's matcherino.com/ESA, or you can use ! sign up in Twitch chat right now. Now, before we get into the games tonight, obviously we've got 6 games of awesome action. I'm excited to see, as we have yet to have one of our partnered squads come out on top on a pro night. I want to see if maybe this is the week they can finally do it. The pro squads have been tough to beat throughout this season. But again, before we do that, we've got a little bit of fun here. We'd love to play some Deal or Steal before we get into the nitty-gritty of the games tonight. I've got a special guest ready to join me here today. He is a player for Team Rice Krispies Treats. His name is Lightstar Joe. Joe, how we doing today, my man? Good to have you.
Great to be here. Thank you. How you doing?
Pleasure, my man. Hoping you guys have some fun tonight. I know it's been an up and down season, but I think the trajectory is going in the right way, so I'm pulling for RKT to show up here tonight. But before we get into that stuff, let's play some Deal or Steal. Let's break down the game for everybody at home, though, okay? I got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes. There's an Xbox Series X in there, some Razer peripherals, a bunch of awesome products from all of our partners, as well as us here at Esports Arena. And to start the show, Joe's going to pick one of those. We're going to set one of those crates aside. We will then go through multiple rounds, opening crates up, crossing prizes off the board as we go. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for Lightstar Joe. He can either take the deal or he can elect to steal, and we'll keep playing the game. If we get to the end of the show and he hasn't taken any of my deals, we'll crack open the crate he set aside at the start, and we will see what's inside. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right, let's do it. Let's get the game up on the board. Again, 20 Apex crates, prizes front to back. Let's see what we got here. Numbers 1 through 20, and what is the lucky number today?
I'm going to go with 11.
He's going to go with number 11. If memory serves, your teammate, Nemusona, joined me yesterday and picked this same crate, and it ended up winning him 6,700 Apex coins. So that could be a lucky one here today. Is there like a chase prize when you're really looking forward here? Maybe it's the Xbox, something else.
Probably the keyboard.
Ooh, okay, a brand new Razer keyboard. That would be a good one for sure. So number 11 set aside. First round here, we got to open up 9 crates and see what's inside. So let's start running through those one by one.
15.
Number 15. To start the show, we want to start in those white tier prizes, by the way. A bunch of snacks and goodies from a bunch of our partners here. Some cheeses, some Rice Krispies treats up there as well. But let's see what's inside number 15 off the start. Can we get a good pull to start it? And we do. It's the Pop-Tarts pack. It was Pop-Tarts week last week, so we don't need those anymore. We can get them out of the way. Number 15 pays off to start the show. What's next?
Number 4.
Number 4, back up to that top row. We're hoping that Razer keyboard is hiding inside of number 11. It's not inside of number 4. That's an Esports Arena mystery box there. One of those 2 available on the show today. Okay, 15 and 4, all done. What's next?
12.
Number 12. All right there next to number 11 that we already set aside to start the show. Inside number 12, ooh, it's going to be the Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pros. That one's going to hurt a little bit. That's a great headset. I get to use it here every day at work. It's almost like I'm not wearing a headset. It's so light, so comfortable.
Number 9.
Number 9. Staying in that third row. Hoping not for a Razer product in this one, and we won't find it. It's going to be one of those splash water packs. But it's okay. I think Lifestar Joe, he's plenty hydrated over there. He's ready for the games tonight, so he doesn't need any splash to get him ready to go. So 4 down, 5 to go.
Go 7.
Number 7. Staying in the single digits. Let's see if we can stay in those white tier prizes. Maybe a Pringles pack, the Apple Jacks in here. Ooh, it's going to be a Series E jersey of your choice. But the nice thing is, my man Joe, he's already rocking his RKT jersey, just like I'm wearing here. He's got the white one, I got the black one on, so I think he's feeling just fine about that one. What's next up?
Knockout number 20.
Number 20, down to that bottom right corner. The Xbox still has yet to be found, and it won't be found this time around. That's a Pringles pack inside of number 20. So we're hanging into those white tiers. That's real good to start the show. 6 down, 3 more to go for this round.
Number 1.
Number 1, back up to that top left corner. We already took out number 4 and number 20. And up there, it's the other Series E jersey of your choice. This is a great round so far. We are getting some momentum going here. 2 more before my first deal.
Number 18.
Number 18, back down to the bottom row. And we're hoping for maybe some splash, maybe some Rockstar. Oh no, it's the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. That one hurts. That's 2 of those Razer products off of the table. And now we just have to open 1 more crate before my first deal.
14.
Number 14, okay. Inside of number 14 is going to be, oh, the Xbox Series X. Just a couple of daggers there to end the first round. Okay. Oh, man, we were doing so good through 7 crates, Joe, and it just went off the rails there at the end. Okay, so my first deal for you here, it was looking really good for a while, but that rough finish is going to hurt it a little bit. But I know you got the sweets, you got the Rice Krispies treats to keep, have something in your belly when you're competing every night here for Series E. I want to make sure you got a little savory to match that sweet. So I got a Cheez-It prize pack that I want to send your way. You can mix it up on the snacks there and make sure you're ready to go for Series E. So what are we thinking, deal or steal? You want to keep playing the game?
Let's keep playing.
He says keep playing. There's still some great prizes up there, some big ticket Apex coins, a $50 gift card to Walmart, even that Razer backpack still available. So we're going to go into round 2 now. We got to open up 6 crates this time.
19.
Number 19. Back down to that bottom row. And it's going to be the Rockstar pack. There we go. Starting off round 2 strong. You want to keep hitting those white tiers as long as they are still up on the board. So that's a good start. What's next?
Go with 8.
All right. Up to number 8. Up to that second row. Hoping for a good pull on this one, and there it is. The Cheez-It pack. I just offered it as a deal. We're gonna scrap it off of the table now. That is a great one to pull back-to-back white tiers. All right, which one's speaking to you now, Joe?
I have to do 3.
Number 3. All right, back up to the top row. Need a good pull here. Can we go 3 white tiers in a row? Will the momentum continue? Yes, it will. The Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks pack. Okay, now we need to stick the landing here, Joe. We got 3 more to go this round. Let's finish round 2 strong.
Knock out number 1.
Number 1 is already
two,
gone.
sorry.
Yeah, number 2? Okay. Let's go with number 2. 1 already off the table. We're going to close out that top row. Can we find another one? Ooh, it's the $50 Walmart gift card. That's a lot of Rice Krispies treats. A lot of Rock Stars. If you wanted to get some energy drinks for you, okay. That's okay, though. We're still in a good spot here. 2 left for this round.
10.
Number 10, we're going to just isolate number 11 there by itself in that 3rd row. And we get a good pull. It's Rice Krispies Treats week. We pull the Rice Krispies Treats pack. And we're back in it with 1 more crate to open for round 2. Which one's it going to be?
6.
Number 6, he says. Final one of round 2. He's got his fingers crossed. We're hoping for a good pull here, and we got it. It's the Splash Water pack. So only 1 real stumble in that round. Joe just pulling whites out left and right. They're all off of the table now. We still got some Apex coins up, the backpack, an Esports Arena mystery box. So this time around, it's going to get a little better, but there's still a kind of a rough patch on that bottom row. 3 of those big prizes being gone, so we're going to come up a little bit, but not too much. I got 2150 Apex coins, and there's still 2 of those prizes on the table. And there's even a 6700 on the table, but that's my offer for you this time around, and let me let you know how the game will play out from here. If you do say steal, we open 3 more crates. I've got 1 more deal for you. If you don't take that one, then we open up 11.
I'm a steal.
All right. Light Star Joe says steal. He wants to go the distance. He's scaling for the late game. He's feeling good about this late circle. He's got his, he's got a Kraber. He's got his Eva 8. He's ready for these bubble fights. Okay, so 5, 13, 16, 17. 3 of those gotta go. Where we starting?
17.
17. The final crate left in that bottom row. Do we have a good pull in here? It's 2,150 Apex coins. 3 were available at the start of the round. Now just 2 left. One of them could be inside. Number 11, what's next?
5.
Okay. Number 5. Let's close out that 2nd row. Can he pull that other 2150 Apex coins? Yes, he can. Back to back. My man found them both. And now the fun really begins. So 3 good prizes up. 6,700 Apex coins, the Esports Arena mystery box, and that Razor backpack. One of them is hiding inside number 11. 13 or 16. Which one are we opening up?
16.
Number 16. What do we have inside of number 16? Ooh, it's the other Apex coin prize. So 3 for 3 in this round. He found all of the coins in round number 3. Now I'm curious. We're now staring at the final 2 crates. One of them has the Esports Arena mystery box in it. The other has that Razor backpack Is there one of those that you're really vying for here? I'm just curious. You know, it's really a win-win, honestly, but is there one you're like, dang, that would be the good grab?
Here's the backpack.
The backpack, yeah. Very sweet little pull there. Razer making a ton of awesome products. We appreciate getting to work with them. So my final deal here for you on the show, it's really going to be a win for you regardless, but I'm going to offer you here, we were talking about it earlier, if you want to restock on your snacks and drinks for Series E, a $50 Walmart gift card will do it for you. You can get all the snacks that you would like. So are you taking the gift card, or do you want to see what's inside number 11?
I want to see what's inside number 11.
He does. Lightstar Joe is going to go the distance. He's feeling good. He's thinking that Razer backpack is hiding inside of there. So wire to wire, let's see what's inside crate number 11. You picked it to start the show. It paid off for Nimusona. Does it pay off for you as well? And it does. It's the Razer backpack. That's a big victory. You couldn't get the keyboard, but you still got some Razer swag coming your way. Lightstar Joe, okay, well played, sir. You had the confidence. You went the distance. You pulled the big prize.
Yeah, seems like number 11's the lucky box.
Hey, maybe. It definitely worked out for you guys 2 days in a row. Hoping you can bring some of that luck onto World's Edge tonight. You got 6 games ahead of you. Any quick thoughts before you start play tonight?
No.
All right. Hey, best of luck to you and the squad. Definitely pulling for you here tonight. And folks, I hope you're going to enjoy the show tonight. 6 great games of Apex coming your way here very soon. And Lightstar Joe, awesome to have him on the show. Takes a big dub grabbing that Razer backpack. And if you want to grab some dubs, come and play Deal or Steal with me. Make sure to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. You'll be entered for a shot to come and play Deal or Steal with me before one of our Series E competitions. But with that all out of the way, we're getting ready for competition tonight. I got 2 awesome casters with me. As always, let's get it going. We're kicking off the final night of Rice Krispies Treats Week here on Series E. Let's get into it.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E. Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E. We got Vicky Kitty back tonight for the pro night here during the Rice Krispies weeks. Now, last night during the open night, we had a great showing coming up from Absolute Monarchy along with Team Pop-Tarts. So we'll see if maybe Rice Krispies can turn things around for the pro night. But hey, it's 11 of the best North American squads that'll be joining our 9 partner teams tonight on World's Edge. And the action is going to be explosive, Vicky.
I'm always excited for these pro nights, Jamerson. Not only do we get to cast together back to back, but now we get to see these pros come alive against our sponsored teams. So now looking at the how the open went down yesterday, I'm excited to see how Team Pop-Tarts are going to perform tonight.
Yeah, Pop-Tarts have been really on the up and up since the beginning of the season. They have been improving extremely well. Let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing tonight. We have, of course, 6 matches that will be played on World's Edge. We have $500 on the line, $350 for first place, $150 for second place. And now for the point distribution, of course, nothing changes here in terms of competitive Apex Legends. Placement points matter, kill points matter. You get 1 point for finishing in the top 15, but if you finish first and get the win in the lobby, you will get 12 points as well. So we're seeing teams, of course, prioritizing really both, making sure they get kill points and they get the placement points. We were seeing some incredible consistency in that regard coming out from Team Pop-Tarts last night, where they were averaging about 10, 11 points per game. It was a fantastic showing. But can they do it in a stacked lobby? We know that when it comes to pro night, it is a completely different ordeal for our partner teams because, like I said, they are facing off against the best players in North America.
Yeah, we're 7 weeks in now, and we saw what happened last week looking at Team Liquid, but this isn't like our open nights, like you said, Jamerson. These are a lot of these professional teams that have had the experience of competing together and have been able to build up a lot of that synergy. So this is the hardest nights for our sponsored teams. I'm excited to see if at least getting set up yesterday in the open can have prepared them and warmed themselves up for tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Our only partnered squad that was able to make it into the top 5 last week was Team Razor. Team Liquid was having a field day along with G2 and TSM all last week. So again, our partnered squads are always tested here on our pro nights, and you can see why. Absolutely stacked. We got TSM back. Everyone is back from vacation, so we're going to see them, of course. We have bench warmers who, they had the notable absence of, I believe, Noct for about 3 games yesterday. So we'll see. I'm looking forward to kind of the rivalry between like bench warmers and CLG and Cloud9. See how all that shapes up. That's going to be a fun little story side story to follow throughout the evening across our 6 games. But I think when it comes to our pro nights, as much as we want to, of course, highlight our partner teams, we're seeing that, of course, the consistency coming out from likes of TSM and G2. These are the teams that come in almost every other week and end up fragging out, and also just in regular tournaments, just having really high results.
Just the consistency, and that was the key of the game when we were looking at a lot of these teams just yesterday, looking at our sponsored team specifically. You talk about PSS taking the whole thing. Even though Pop-Tart started off so strongly, it was just the fact that even though they were getting those points, it was the last game that determined everything for them. And that was the one game that they didn't place as consistent as they were in the previous 5 games before that. So that's going to be the name of the game when it comes to a lot of our professional squads that we have competing tonight. Because like you said, they have that experience. They've been able to kind of, brush off the rust, and now they're going to be able to dive back into the competition for this week.
Yeah. When it comes to the pro night as well, we know that a lot of teams have to make some adjustments, especially our partnered squads, right? They kind of make room for the pro teams when it comes to drops on World's Edge. So I'm looking at Rockstar, I'm looking at Razor. What are they going to do? There's going to be a lot of adjustments coming out. Speaking of adjustments, it does seem like we do have a fill for Applejack. So OSA rated will be filling in for Team Applejacks. I don't know how much that's going to change things for that squad, but we have seen Osa rated in the past. I'm sure he can fill in just fine. But when we're talking about adjustments as well, we're seeing now as well that there are so many kind of composition changes that teams are trying to run, and it's halfway through the season. It feels like a really awkward time to try and fill that in. But let's go ahead and take a look at the cumulative leaderboard for Season 3 right now, and take a look at the point difference basically between Pop-Tarts and Nestle. So there's about a 69 point difference between Pop-Tarts Nice and Splash.
Nice.
And a lot of that was basically off of Pop-Tarts' performance last night.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what matters for a lot of these teams that are sponsored here in the Series E, where the top 4 teams are the teams that qualify for Season 4. Now, with Pop-Tarts being able to build that gap away from Team Nestle, look at that difference. 361 versus 430, and these teams could still make that gap even bigger depending on their performance tonight.
Yeah, and the gap that Team Intel had as well in first place, I mean, we thought they might be solid there in first place. But it's been cut into. Team Pringles bringing that lead down now to 42 points. And if Team Pringles keep playing that the way they do, they could easily overtake Intel within the next week or 2. Intel were averaging 100 points per week, essentially, for the first 4 or 5 weeks. And since week 6, they have slowed down. We'll see if they can turn things around. Historically, though, for Team Intel, these pro nights aren't typically the easiest for them. We'll see how they manage to do tonight. We'll see if, after about 7 weeks 6 weeks of plays up against the pros, have they found the necessary tools to kind of succeed during the pro nights? Because that's where I definitely want to see them shine. We've seen them plenty of times being able to succeed well during the open nights, but this is the real test. Here on pro night, how do you handle yourself?
Exactly. And that's why when you look at a lot of these squads, these are the teams that have had that experience. If you're going to be competing against a lot of players on your level, this is the night to determine what you need to be working on and how you're faltering as a team if you find any holes in your defense, because a lot of these teams, specifically those teams that have had the ALGS experience looking at our pro squads, they have been able to take full advantage of a lot of bad situations that we can't really see a lot in the open. So I like these nights because it kind of really exposes our partner teams for what they need to do better. And then we see those improvements going forward throughout the season for the following week. And I think that's really interesting, especially if they're integrating a new person to fill for the roster, like looking at Team Applejacks.
Yeah, and time is running out for a lot of these rosters right now. We do have, of course, the ALGS, the pro season starting up very shortly in a couple months now. And they have, of course, announced the qualifiers as well. So if you haven't been able to actually secure your way in, get an invite, you have to work your way through the qualifiers. So this is some of the best practice you're going to get leading up to that right now. I mean, competing against Cloud9, G2, TSM. You know, this is a lobby that provides definitely a wealth of experience, 6 games worth every single week. And so you got to use this as much to your advantage as you can before the Pro League starts. So right now we are waiting for game 1 to get underway. We'll, of course, hop into the game as soon as we can. But typically, of course, we always have some sort of issues with the lobbies when it comes to the beginning of the night. But we should get underway very shortly. I mean, really excited, of course. We did see the Seer nerfs. And it did seem like it did kind of play a role in the compositions that we saw last night. It wasn't, you know, like a 90% pick rate or like an 80% pick rate. It kind of dropped down to like maybe around 40%, or I mean, not 40, 60%, 70%. We're still seeing some more Bloodhounds as well coming out. So I've been liking what the hotfix really did for the meta right now in Apex Legends.
Same here, actually, Javerson. That's really interesting that you note that, because now after seeing how a lot of these professionals were, or rather, you know, a lot of these amateurs going through the open bracket yesterday, how they went about their composition changes, I kept that in mind. I actually was playing some ranked earlier, and I was able to get a 10-game win streak with Seer previously. Then playing him with the nerfs actually made a huge difference. Being able to, not being able actually to walk normally while holding on to that tactical is really key, because you basically don't have an unlimited scan while being able to utilize that mobility that Apex Legends provides, while noting what players happen to be within that radius when you're holding that tactical, when you're looking in that specific direction. That, and then some of the changes with the flashing and stunning, that was really important. Bloodhound being, of course, as strong as Bloodhound can be with those scans, noting where your opposition is, especially with those final circles, is key, because then it helps you pre-plan your positioning and where you want to rotate in those really tricky circles.
Yeah, so it's been great. We saw a lot of caustics as well last night, so maybe now we might actually get some more caustics in the lobby. In the past, we were seeing some some cryptos as well. That I think has fallen a little bit out of favor, but I think he can be incredibly strong, especially if we do see more caustics being run. But I think caustics kind of leveled out in terms of his usage. He's very niche pick, and not too many teams are trying him out, but the teams that do typically end up finding themselves in the late game pretty well. These are squads that are very macro oriented and have positioning down pat and rotation patterns down pat. We're going to go ahead and send it over to Yeso real quickly before we head into game number 1. So we'll be right back, guys.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back here into Studio Blue. Yeso here once again, and as we get everything prepped for the first game of the day, want to make sure everything is ready to go. Our, dot our I's, cross our T's. Just going to have a little bit more discussion here, and I want to talk a little bit about Team Rice Krispies Treats. As if you're watching on Twitch, you may have noticed there's a prediction going on in chat whether or not Team Rice Krispies Treats will win the first game of the day. And this is an interesting discussion. Obviously, I get a weekly opportunity to write about all of our partner squads and my thoughts on where they stand from time to time and how I think they are progressing throughout this season. And you can use ! Power Rankings in Twitch chat right now if you do want to see my latest version of that. But let's talk a little bit about Team Rice Krispies Treats. I just had Lightstar Joe on here to play some Dealer Steel before the day, and His squad, composed of himself, Nemusona, and Clinical, have had a rough season so far. It's fairly well known here in Series E. They sit at the bottom of the standings currently. They have quite a significant gap to make up if they want to try and contend for a slot in next season, and they're starting to run short on time. It is week 7 right now, and the season will be over very, very quickly. Those last few weeks are going to go by so fast, and it's going to take very consistent top placings if they really want to take chunks out of those leads that the teams have above them. Now, when I specifically look at the game tonight, I would love to predict RKT to win the first game. It's a team that I like. If you guys watched during the qualifiers prior to the season, when they were known as the Harbingers, they were a squad that I picked as a dark horse to qualify, and they did, in fact, do so. Now, I do have to qualify that statement with the fact that they didn't qualify directly at the end of qualifiers. It was based on teams that had qualified for the season ended up getting signed by pro orgs. If you watched, we saw both Team Intel and Team Pop-Tarts from Season 2 get signed by pro orgs before the start of Season 3, and that opened up the slot then for the Harbingers to jump in. Now, I don't think you could just write that team off because of that. They obviously performed well enough, but it's been a difficult run for them this season, and I'm not necessarily picking them here to win in Game 1, but I would love to be proven wrong. But the nice thing is we don't have to wait much longer. Jamerson and Vicky, I think, are ready to get you guys into game number 1, so I'm going to hand it back to them.
All right, yeah, thank you so much. We did have some issues getting everyone into the lobby. I mean, we saw it last night. We tried our best not to delay the games for as long as we can. But, sometimes there are just issues that are out of our control when it comes to the custom lobbies that we have in place. And so to keep the show running, we just go ahead and start the game. I think we were stalling until 4:15 or something like that. Pacific time. So we really don't want to dawdle for as long as we can. But I did actually want to talk about that dealer steal. If you guys want to get involved in it, make sure you're sub to the channel here at Esports Arena. Lightstar Joe ended up winning that sweet Razor backpack, and for any competitor in PC that has been to LAN, you don't understand how much that backpack is a game changer. Right? So either you bring a tiny 10 keyless, which not everyone likes running a 10 keyless, to be able to fit into a backpack, or you get something like the Razer backpack where you can actually fit a full-size keyboard in there. Makes it so much easier when you're lugging around all of your equipment at home. So you know what? I think that's a huge win for Lightstar Joe. I know he wanted the keyboard himself, but hey, you can now buy a keyboard to put into the backpack. So it all works out, Lightstar Joe. Congratulations on that. Make sure you're sub to the channel so you guys can, of course, get involved with Deal or Steal. Lots of really cool things on the line throughout all of that right now. But like I said, we're just getting game number 1 set up right now. And I think we were talking about beforehand, the drops, where's everyone going? This is going to be an exciting time right now for a lot of our teams because, heading into the qualifiers, if you haven't been directly invited, you need to have a drop spot and you need to be able to claim it. You need to know the ins and outs of it because if you get contested, you need to know how to drop as a team. So it's going to be a huge learning experience for a lot of our squads. But here we go, finally heading into the first game of the evening here for Series E. It looks like Rice Krispies are going to be dropping over here at Skyhook. And this is a bit scary, I would say. Team Liquid should be off on the western edge, taking trials and western side of Skyhook. Don't know if there's any other teams that might have dropped here, though.
Yeah, it looks like there was a whole party happening at Skyhook. There's a lot of, it looks like maybe 3 teams perhaps that could potentially be at Skyhook right now, which is insane here. Because then we also saw another team, looks like they landed closer to Countdown. So yeah, we already currently see RKT keeping some sights on the opposing squad that's holding on to that other building. But RKT is struggling a little bit when it comes to loot. Everybody's still having white Evo shields.
Does have the 4-8 on this Sentinel, though, so he can do some poke damage across. But you can see how getting 50-50'd on your drop just slows you down so much right now. They've been basically huddled in the same 2 buildings for the last minute, and they still have to worry about the late rotations that will eventually come out from Team Liquid. A lot of this zone is still on the northern side of Skyhook. And so if this persists for too long, Liquid can easily rotate through, and you can see why. We have the first looks at the ring right now. It looks like it was Team Cheez-It that are getting out of dodge there, making their early rotation out, but they only really looted about 2 or 3 buildings before they start setting up for the center zone. So this is going to be a very difficult call for them, but they do at least secure down one of the spots that are extremely strong. Nestle Splash was another squad that was actually here in Skyhook. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 teams are in the area roughly. So yeah, it was a big party, but nothing really happened. Everything just ended up fizzling.
I feel like all these squads recognize the situation, and no one wanted to catch the heat so early in the game, because this is game 1 for our night. So a lot of these squads start off their foundation depending on their progress in this first game. So Team Nestle Splash, they are going to rotate out of Skyhook through the tunnel. And you can see that they are running the caustic like you were talking about, very similar to what we had seen just last night, where Mamba was on this caustic. We even saw that they were able to take control over that building that's actually right to their left, and they were uncontested until the very end of that game. So this is a composition that they've been really comfortable with.
Yeah, this was the Nestle Splash team that ended up taking like 2v3 versus Pringles. Here's RKT, though, trying to hold down the Skyhook tunnel, but they've got to be careful as another full squad shows up. RKT were not able to get any real good loot at all. As you can see, they're still sitting on the whites, even looting up through that train tunnel. Balloon rotate out, though, and this one's kind of scary. They're not running the Valkyrie, so they won't have that extra scouting information, but they do have some pretty decent eyes on them, you got to imagine, as they make their way over towards Survey Camp.
Potentially maybe looking for a beacon, because right now they have to just try to play positioning if they don't have the best loot. They do get scanned immediately from the get-go, and that's something that the Valkyrie could have helped prevent if they needed to reposition. But with the high ground here, using that jump tower, Nemusona actually in a really good position to at least keep poking and build up that Evo shield to blue.
Yeah, just a cheeky shot from that Sentinel right now as another squad is rotating through. It does look like Benchwarmers find themselves in a fight, and that might have been it, just off into the distance up against Mollis. We know that Cheez-It made the early rotate out of Skyhook. They were hanging around basically that beacon area. Nemusana, one more shot to get that blue Evo, and he will connect in a big way. The 126 there for the heady. Unfortunate that the extra damage doesn't carry over onto evolving your shield there.
Although we still take that, having at least one blue Evo versus the whole squad having the white Evos. There's still a lot of action happening off to the southwest side, southeast, you can see here. But with this positioning, he could still hold this high ground where the other squads that were shooting at him, they don't want to reveal their position. They note that there's another squad that had to get that res in the Gibby bubble that we saw earlier. And now we're going to be seeing a different rotation from RKT. They're going to be able to rotate through the back because they still need more loot.
One thing I worry for RKT in this circle in particular is that a lot of this northern side is going to be roamed by teams like TSM, Cloud9, Team Liquid, in basically how they path for similar circles. So they've got to be careful right now because, you know, taking an even 3v3, sure, but that's still scary up against those squads. But taking a fight up against those squads when you're still sitting on double white armors, it's next to impossible unless you get an amazing team fire off the rip. But even then, the 3v2 is still scary. So hopefully they can find something, but we already know that Climatizer's been looted up. Maybe they can find some additional blue armors. They need to find something. Here's TSM. Like I said, they were roaming around the northern side. They are just huddled up by Epicenter for the time being.
Look how slow Seer walks now while utilizing that tactical. We've been seeing Snipe down in his personal stream too, pop off with this character, and it's looking like they still feel pretty confident running this composition. They are able to note with the heartbeat sensor that there is a squad in that. I mean, they don't even need the heartbeat sensor. They see the dome as clear as day in the distance, and they do note that there is another squad that's also shooting at them from the right. So TSM just getting a bit of an aggressive angle here just to poke from afar.
Yeah, that might be RKT getting involved in that fight, but TSM currently just holding here. It's definitely a great spot as Cloud9 making their way on in. Zach Mazer uses that Nox gas grenade and gets the first knock. It's going to be finicky to fall. It's actually going to be Cheese at that end up here, but going to be traded 2 for 1, make that a 3 for 1. Now Albralele is getting rezzed up, but the scan comes out. The third party here for Team Pop-Tarts. The barrels, though, from Zach Mazer are slowing down Pop-Tarts. Now Dank took a massive amount of damage here. He's basically out of this fight. Decides not to hit the back quite yet. Now Pop-Tarts, they have to get out of here. They were not able to get the successful third party. They're up against the Caustic. They're trying to push a Caustic in a building, and so they will just port out, and I think that's the right call. It's still very troublesome. We know that TSM are just on the crest of this ridge, so they've got to be careful about how they reestablish their position.
I'm wondering here if TSM perhaps could have rotated where all this action is happening, because here comes another squad. It's going to be 303 Esports, who wanted to join in on the party, running the Valkyrie and Horizon squad. Composition quite interesting here. A lot of mobility minus the Gibby, but with TSM holding that positioning, I can only imagine them looking out for any stragglers pushing further into circle, or perhaps getting a more aggressive position, since we did see that one of their teammates did have white Evo shields still.
Yeah, I'm wondering why Sleepy Panda is keeping an eye on Clown Mutizer proper. Maybe RKT are just wide wrapping around, trying to find some additional loot. We know how much poverty they were in coming out of Skyhook. But you can see why it was also a really great call from Pop-Tarts to just call in on that fight on Cloud9. 303 being extremely close in this area, could have come in for the third party as well, like you said. They have plenty of mobility. That Horizon will help them gain height and everything. But for the time being, of course, here on Pro Nights, the action does slow down. So in Ring 1, we're not surprised that there was only one team going down. So 19 squads left, as hopefully we can get a better eye of where this ring will be pulling. But it should be a survey camp ending, if anything.
Yeah, these type of games being as slow as they are, this is normal. We saw this happening throughout the entirety of the qualifiers for the LGS too. So now looking how a lot of these squads are playing as patiently as they can. You can see G2 rotating over to the side. And take a look at our map with the other teams here. It's going to be two teams actually in Countdown, with that team actually just meeting up. I'm not too sure if they know yet that there's another team that's going to meet them up on the other side of Countdown. But you can already see as well with the beacon being scanned, where this final scan is going to be where this final circle rather is going to be pulled up to the north.
Rockstar currently in a fight right now, just outside of Skyhook. They're looking good. They've got the double purples, but they are getting gatekept. Their options, of course, are not limited. They have plenty of options in terms of this rotation. If they want to go north, they can. They can even swing wide over towards the Countdown side to get out of here currently. So it looks like they're just going to call it. Trying to fight into that can be extremely hard, especially with how close the circle actually is. This one's ending up into a similar circle that we had last night, where it ends up basically on the train platform just to the east of this position right now. So for the time being, I think they can just reposition, try to find another way in instead of playing through those chokes.
You can see how patient Team Rockstar is playing here. With that Caustic Trap, that's all they need right now to basically get set up. But it's 303 who are finding themselves in a fight here. Over to the side, all the way in survey, actually. See C9 sitting happily. They know exactly where their opponents are right outside, using that Seer Tactical. And they're not going to be moving anywhere from here, because they have the Caustic setups already inside the building. They have every angle covered, and they have the Caustic ult while they're at it.
Now, the big issue is going to come down to rotating out of survey camp eventually, especially with how many teams are currently in the area right now. Ring pulling down just to the south. So after this next ring closes, they will be out of the ring, so they need to figure out something. As you can see, the pings are going down over towards that replicator area, as they've got one player outside. 303 took a lot of damage. I don't even know from whom. Escape goes down, and that is why Sleepy Panda picks one up. Nocturnal secures that thirst on to Cloud9 as well, and that's unfortunate. So that's going to be the Caustic going down. That's going to be the turtling ability of Cloud9 just gone for this squad. So now Cloud9, will they be able to recover Zach Mazer and get him back into this game? They do have the respawn beacon just outside, but there's a full squad trying to recover right now as Naughty goes for this peak. And it's going to be 303 trying their best to recover. They've got the thirst and the kill on to escape, but Sleepy Panda is still alive for now. Stay Naughty, though. We'll go for that peak once more to try and finish off that last player. He does back off. Cloud9 is just down to a solo as well. So it's just Naughty here, as he's going to be able to recover Alberlely's banner, but only be able to get the res.
Oh, but Presley's team is also right there. Not sure if they're just waiting for the rest of the squad to pull in, but that's going to be the third party that's going to make their way over to C9. Stay Naughty has to do something quick here. The last member gone, and they are going to be able to get those points, at least at the very end. He's going to go right back towards where he's going to get sniped to get the other banner. And he's actually going to call it here. It seems like a crypto drone is heading over. They do notice where Stay Naughty is, and this is going to be intel for him to know. Oh, the EMP? I mean, that does take care of the caustic traps, but won't take care of anybody there just yet.
Team Razor do finish off Naughty, and it doesn't seem like the respawn ship came in time, so that is Cloud9 out. Team Razor with full control basically over here at Survey Camp. We know that Team Liquid is also in the area right now, but they can just kind of run around and maybe go swing down to the eastern edge. Don't want to check in with the other squads to see exactly where everyone's been posted up so far, because it has been some time since we've checked in with some other teams, and you have to imagine that they have moved around.
Almost imagining here that with a lot of these other squads just rotating over the survey, that there's just been so much action here, a lot of third-party potential, and it's going to be Nestle Splash holding the same building that they felt comfortable in just last night. I don't know if they just unlocked their third eye here, Jamerson, but they're sitting pretty comfortably here with the caustic traps, even covering half of the window.
Yeah, playing this one almost like a rampart, covering the windows like that. Don't really see the barrels utilized like that quite often, but if it works, it works. I mean, we saw Nestle Splash last night holding down this building up against a Team Pringles team that was really firing on all cylinders. They were doing it as a duo, so Malice Mamba and I believe it was Gibby who was still alive for that. Did an amazing job holding out for as long as they did. But we got 30 seconds to go before this zone starts closing up. And now we are on board with Team Pringles. They learned their lesson. They're not going to try and push that building. There's already a team underneath it. It's all about gatekeeping to the north. This is what I want to see Team Pringles do last night. And they are successfully doing it. Presley did take a lot of damage. They're forcing out that bubble. But I want to see them get aggressive on this team to their north right now. They need to deal with them. They need to clear out this northern side.
Yeah, they're going to get sandwiched if they don't do something about that squad behind them there. They're still trying to add in some pokes, but Fury and Presley still have these blue Evos. They do note that there is a player running up on them. It's going to be the other squad. Comes to scans to note, and they're going to go in for a repositioning with the Gibby ult getting sent down from that squad. They're forced to rotate here because this is the best cover they could have.
This isn't a bad position at all whatsoever. It can definitely work out for you, as you know, a lot of teams are going to be forced to look down, or if they want to try and shoot at you, they're going to be having to wide swing and leave themselves vulnerable. Here's Rockstar though in a fight just on the edge, and they are wiped out. That's going to be Team Era picking that up, and oh man, see, that's why I want to see Rockstar maybe choose their options and try a different rotation here instead of coming out from that choke. Now Era get involved. Here's Team Intel in a fight up against Team Pop-Tarts, picking up a number of those kills. TSM are in the area right now, so Pop-Tarts are wiped out. Team Intel didn't take too much damage. It's a quick reset for them. As you see the peak coming out from Verholz there. We do have the, I believe that's Team Razor coming in with that crypto. But the Arcstars are dodged now as they try to push forward. Defensive bombardment might be coming down as well. Wondering if that one was duped as the scan is used. No, Verholz is getting tagged by this defensive bombardment. Massive damage. Luckily for him, he's got that gold shield, which allows him to reset quick. And it's two other teams involved in this fight. So TSM, Team Razor, but Team Intel are able to back off and survive somehow.
This is amazing. The fact that the third party came and Team Intel just happened to be a little bit off to the side so they wouldn't get sandwiched is great positioning call on their point, but it's also scary because TSM, they're not overcommitting off to the side. They're just opting for long-range pokes. They don't want to be put into a sandwiching situation themselves, noting that Team Intel is just off to their right.
Yeah, Verholz just doing a really great job anchoring right now for his squad, making sure no one can push up on them, challenging all these angles and keeping them honest currently. But you can see the constant worry. Yeah, the scan out. Realizing, though, now that their south side is cleared out with that scan, so they're going to be able to push up and have a decent spot inside the zone. On board with the Pittsburgh Knights, though, who are stuck down here at Frag West. They have a team inside their building as well. Don't know exactly who's underneath them, but it's worrisome because they have 15 seconds. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix that are right below them here. This here Q comes out, connects onto one at the very least, going for a cheeky peek with that Arc Star, almost cracking the armor, and that actually creates the opening for Greek to make the push. They come out coordinated on that, getting the knock onto Asura, and they will just full send it on to the rest, losing out on one throughout all of that, but the Knights are wiped out. There'd be the fast bubble res, hopefully onto Godogami. No, he is stuck inside the zone for now. And so you can see CLG currently just gatekeeping the squads here on the south side. Nano Fries got a nade knock onto Blueberry Smalls. He's going to help Jake get into that portal. Pops that bat, has to take it back. And he's got to be careful here, but you have another full squad showing up behind you. Charlotte Phoenix get wiped out, I believe. We're now down to 10 squads remaining. As CLG still need to try and recover Jake here, but they are not out of trouble quite yet. So many teams with LOS on them. They're not even in the zone. Nano Fries might just go down to ring damage. It barely sneaks in here, but do they spot him? Popping that Q to try and survive. No, he does not. He gets finished off. It's going to be bench warmers once again with this position on the train tracks. They've been holding this one down. Now they have activated for the late game.
It looked like 2 squads were just wiped out, all thanks to that circle. Ring 4 dealing as much damage as it does is insane, and that's why having this high ground positioning was so crucial. Currently, you see Team Razor just trying to play around this rocket. So only 2 members left. Bench warmers now down from knocked. Won't be able to be in this fight, and neither will Rambel, but look how low Snipe Down is. He is the epitome of one. He can't even get this res safely. Look, they're right on top of him. The knockdown shields. Is it going to be enough here? He manages to note that Wraith is flesh, but still, look how much the bombardment, the bullets beaming through the knockdown shield. He can't get away. Not enough shield swaps can help you in that situation. And Pringles, with the supreme positioning, they not only do they have these crates for cover, but they also have the high ground, so they have a lot of this LOS view in their favor.
Yeah, things are looking fantastic for them. You can see as well, Presley is patrolling the northern side of the zone currently. It does seem like it's going to be a 3v3v1. Quite possibly, it could also be a 3v2v2. If we can check in with the other squads, that would be amazing. But right now, Fury, he's got that alternator, which is absolutely deadly. Even in the face of red Evo shields, it makes short work of it. About 4 shots to the head, and it's just gone. And so it's going to be potent coming into this now. Again, it's this space that's controlled by Pringles absolutely right now. They've even got some additional armor swaps for themselves. They're making sure that they have every contingency checked here, as they do spot out one just to their east right now, and I would like to check in to see who the other squads are.
Yeah, Fury shooting out that alternator, having that ground, and just being able to put the fear into them is super important, because now the other squad is going to be able to know that they do have an alternator, that they can't just put themselves in this open ground. Currently see Nestle Splash are the ones off to the different angle to try to contest them here with the G7. Saw how lethal it was just in Gibby's hands yesterday. This is a good spot for them too, because now you also have Mamba getting set up, and it's G2. Ratcam, gentrifying actually, who manages to get the crack, but has to hang out by these rocks because he's a solo. He can't overextend too much, especially with the other squad being right next to them.
He's in a very neutral position, though, basically in between both squads. So both squads actually do have to worry about him. He can get that first knock somehow onto one of the teams and completely sway the tides of battle here. You can see Turns going for some poke damage with that Q, hitting with the wingy shots onto the blue, or excuse me, the purple there. Not quite enough damage. See who ends up getting forced out of cover first. It seems like it will be Pringles.
Ooh.
That might be forced out of cover. It might also just be very similar timings here, but you can see there's a big rock for Splash to work off of. They can swing around to their left to play that, but gentrifying is that big X factor that makes things a little bit more difficult, and more difficult than you really want in this final 3v3. Will gentrifying be able to sneak this? Again, he is on that Wraith, so the playmaking potential is definitely there for him.
They're actually shooting him right now. He has not taken any damage. He's going to be able to head glitch using that rock. The dome has already been called out, though, as the circle is closing in. Currently see Mumbo with that ult that he's going to want to use as the circle gets even smaller. The traps have been set up, and it looks like they want to rotate, actually using the rock as some extra cover, going in for a longer distance. But notice how the way that they've been playing around these traps, that is the key here for Team Nestle Splash. You currently also see that they're not ignoring the rat either. Great position here as he could hold that rock, but he manages to fade away. getting right back into the action. The Gibby ult gets called in, and the fight happening on the other side of the rock, where you have Nestle Splash now taking control of the position, looking like they're in a lot better of a spot, but you can't turn your back on the Caustic. He's retreating right back towards his traps, but he's safe because he knows that he has more of those traps to block that rotation.
Gentrifying actually getting a knock onto Pringles, I believe, as the push comes out. Gentrifying tries his best. He secures at least an additional kill point throughout all of that, but it looks like Nestle Splash, left in a 1v2, will be able to finish it off. And like I said, the X factor of the Rat in the end game was the huge contributing factor. He was the thorn in the side of Team Pringles, forcing out a bubble early for them, forcing them out of cover earlier than they expected to. You saw the defensive bombardments going down as well. He was an absolute monster there for Pringles, allowing Nestle Splash to take the win. So congratulations. We're going to go ahead and send it to a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 right after this.
If I could create the clinical Rice Krispies treat, it would be cheesecake flavored Rice Krispies treat. And the reason why is because I personally love cheesecake, and a cheesecake and Rice Krispie put together, the crunch would just be so good. If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esports arena for all the products that you need. My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispie Treats Week.
One shot, now the future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the balls in the place. I'm talking one chance to have a soul. Go for the goal. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Let's go.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
One game down and 5 more to go. Yeso back here once again inside the Studio Blue of Esports Arena HQ. We see Team Splash coming out with a victory to start the day. The partnered squads kick it off with a dub, and they were fighting each other at the end. Team Pringles versus Team Splash, and Splash comes out on top. And I know we were talking about would RKT take it. They didn't this time around, but we'll see if maybe they can make a splash in the last 5 games of the day. But let's talk about Team Splash and our player of the game for game number 1. And it's going to be I'm Just Gibby. 3 kills, no assists this time around, but just short of 1,400 damage. So his team taking home at the very least 15 points for this first game. We'll have to see how that shapes up then on our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Vicky here in a little bit. But Team Splash is one of these squads that if you read my power rankings this week, I was highlighting as one of those teams outside of the top 4 that should be a contender to try and jump in. It's going to be hard to crack the top 3 as Intel, Pringles, and Razor have been so consistent in racking up points so far this season. But that 4th place spot should be up for grabs, and Team Splash is one of the squads trying to jump into that conversation. It's going to be a tough test. Obviously, Obviously, Pop-Tart's having a solid week so far, and Cheez-It is definitely a contender there. But if you can get wins like that under your belt, you're going to go a long way to chasing down that 4th place spot. So congratulations to Team Splash there. Let's see what they do in game number 2. Do want to let you guys know, talked about it a few times last night. I'm going to remind you here a couple times tonight. We got a giveaway going on. We got a big Rice Krispies Treats pack along with a Razer Black Widow V3 Mini Hyperspeed keyboard. That's one of their brand new 65% keyboards. So if you want to win that pack, just use exclamation point giveaway in Twitch chat right now. I'll make sure to remind you guys later. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, our second game of Pro Night here on Rice Krispies Treats Week starts up.
If I could create the Lightstar Joe Rice Krispies treat, it would have to be a peanut butter drizzle on an original Rice Krispies treat, because the marshmallow and peanut butter together would just make the perfect combo. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name is Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. It was a much slower game there in game number 1 than what we saw through basically the entirety of last night during the open games. But here in the Pro Night, we know that it does slow down. Ultimately, though, it was Nestle who ended up with the win. Let's see how many kill points they ended up getting, though, throughout all of this as we check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard. Now, it should be super close, and that's basically what I was expecting. So Splash only had 5 kills with the plus 12 that they put on, and ending up in tied for second place. It's going to be Team Pringles along with G2 and TSM rounding out there with Benchwarmers in the top 5.
Yeah, with G2 being able to tie up with Pringles, I believe G2 may have had the kill advantage, but looking at the way that Pringles was able to place within second place and get those points at the end was really important here, because now, although they are tied, Team Splash, Nestle Splash did not get that far ahead in comparison to both G2 and Pringles. So this second game could help Nestle Splash further up that gap here if they could play for the end game and actually play positioning better than they could have done, at least looking at the way that they were able to play around survey in the second game. So that's going to be important looking at Team Nestle Splash if they want to maintain that lead versus the other teams right now.
Yeah, really, that tie that G2 find themselves in with Team Pringles comes down to, well, gentrifying, getting the knock and the thirst onto one of the Pringles members. So you can only blame yourself at that point, losing out to gentrifying in the 1v3. But, you know, he can make miracles happen, especially on that Wraith. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment of our first game of the evening. And this is it right here. You can see gentrifying was the absolute nuisance, forcing Team Pringles to push this position earlier than they probably wanted to. If they could have delayed on their bubbles, the bubble does come up in time, but ultimately that means that they're within range as well of Malice Mamba, just giving them, you know, just the old Dutch oven there and just taking them out. You can see Depressedly going down to 1, and so it becomes super close in this fight. At some point, it comes down to a 2v2. Gentrifying just wasn't able to secure the top 2, but he was super close to doing it.
The fact that he was able to hold on to the top of that rock for as long as he did was incredible. And that's actually why we see the Caustic go down. But at the very end, when you have the rest of your squad being able to surround that rock, that was really crucial here for Team Nestle Splash. But I just have to highlight this Mamba play at the end was great. You saw what his plan was. The moment he started shooting at those traps, it was basically leaving a trail of protection for himself. When he saw that dome, it was the perfect opportunity to throw that ultimate down. And then the rest of Team Nestle Splash, they helped clean up the rest of the fight at the very end since they were holding different angles. They weren't bunched up together to allow that pressure from both the circle and the positioning of gentrifying to hold that top rock position. So really good awareness from Team Nestle Splash and good communication there too, because you saw the Cossack and that did a huge chunk of that pressure and damage.
Yeah, he ended up getting the knock or the trade knock onto Fury throughout that fight, bringing this one down to a 2v1 off the barrels alone, off the Nox gas grenade alone. I say alone; those are some massive tacticals and ultimates to have within the late game. But can't understate the importance of gentrifying, just doing everything that he did throughout all of that. I mean, right there, you see him gets the knock, instant thirst on to depressed. He somehow survives throughout all of this too, which is the amazing thing. Yeah, congratulations. Now it is going to be super close. We have 5 more games left to go. Here is the cumulative leaderboard. And we were saying, Team Pringles really starting to catch up. And with a game like that, an additional 13 points, closing the gap on Team Intel, who have been sitting fairly comfortably in first place, but not for much longer.
Yeah, you have a few points just left for Team Pringles to claim that first place spot. So tonight could really determine whether the first and second place spots are going to be swapped over if you look at our cumulative leaderboards here in the Series E. But Team Pringles doing as much as they possibly can within that last game. It was a good start for them, but it's going to be Team Nestle Splash that were able to get some points, and they need it. You can see they're slightly right outside that top 4 spot where these top 4 teams qualify into Season 4. So they want to close in that gap, and tonight is the night to get that extra points, especially when you have some bragging rights against a lot of these pros that they are able to beat.
Yeah, right now they have a 69-point lead over Nestle Splash as we head into game number 2 of the evening. So let's go ahead and join on board with the winners of game number 1, Nestle. We know that they were one of the many teams that ended up going over towards Skyhook. Cheez-It was one of them, but they bailed out early. So we'll see if Cheez-It make any kind of adjustments here, or do we all commit over onto the Skyhook side?
Okay, so they were able to note, actually, that it's looking like they're going to be uncontested in Skyhook. So all the loot here for Team Nestle Splash, unless we get any late droppers going through, but it's looking like this was pretty far out of range. Oh, and it looks like, yeah, there is another squad from the other side looking
that's gonna be
at
Liquid.
their dive trails. Yeah, Team Liquid going to be meeting them on the other side of Skyhook. So Team Nestle Splash are going to want to loot up quickly. It doesn't look like there's a beacon right next to them.
Yeah, they don't really need to loot up quickly. Liquid's going to be taking their time on trials. So, Liquid a little bit later on those rotates. And, hey, I guess that late rotate might actually work out for them. They can, of course, continue to play edge right now. I'm trying to spot out where Cheez-It ended up dropping for this game. I can't read some of these names. They might have gone over
a
to
lot of them are
Striding Camp.
overlapping.
Wait, no, never mind. They are over here at Lava Siphon right now. So typically, I believe the Knights drop here. So they are still playing into a 50-50, but there have been big questions about Lava Siphon with the change from Sorting Factory. Is it a spot that you can kind of split with squads? Right now, though, Cheez-It are just completely avoiding the fight, taking the gondola to the other side of the map. They're just going to avoid the Pittsburgh Knights.
They want to loot up, too. You could see Golden having that P2020. Don't think that's the ideal look that Golden wants to have here. Before probably fighting an R301 and R9 here. But as Cheez-It do loot up, they do have full blue Evo. So a great start for this team before they get into their first fight.
Now, with the ring pulling down here to the south, of course, they're going to be pretty happy. It could be a launch site ending. If we can get the scans on the ring, that would be amazing. But Cheez-It are faring quite well so far. Triple blue armors for themselves. And, of course, like we had in game number 1, action has been very slow so far. All of our teams just looting up to the best of their abilities. A lot of energy ammo coming out from Golden. That's 3 gold floor loots in a row for him. That's crazy.
Where is that in my games? Oh, someone's flying in on them right now, actually. It's going to be a squad perhaps leaving Tree, but this is something to note. Team Cheez-It are already looking to get aggressive. Fairly say Golden holding that angle, but they have the G7. You want to bring the Volt to a G7 fight, you have to be wary here. Make sure you land your shots. Looks like TSM is landing their shots, but they've lost Snipe down in the process. They have their Horizon Tactical to actually get out of that line of sight, but can they actually overextend here? Rev's taking a lot of damage right here too. They're just going to opt to take that jump pad out of the situation, perhaps get into a building instead. Another ult being sent out, actually. There's going to be a grenade actually getting sent out from that squad just to keep pressuring them, but they're not going to get too overly aggressive. They want to hold their position on the high ground.
Yeah, both teams ended up trading 1-for-1, so they both elect for the reset because they are, of course, wary for that third party committing onto that full fight. And oh no, Hal gets beamed by Purd. Was not expecting CLG to be right on top of him, and he is out now. TSM recovered so well, but now they are getting punished. Just playing this one out as a two-man. They do have, of course, the res in the back pocket of Geyser, but will they be able to safely make it there, losing out on the mobility that the Wraith provided, or excuse me, that the Octane provided. They already used the jump pad, though. So right now, TSM are just stuck inside this building. The only saving grace for them is that quite possibly, maybe 303 are still on the hill there. And so you can see 303 are starting to make their advance, and that's how TSM end up surviving this.
I'm worried here too, though, Jamerson, because even though CLG is taking this fight, there's still a squad off to the right, and we still were looking at Team Cheez-Its that were right behind them, hanging out in Lava Siphon. Not too sure if they decided to fully send on that squad that had looked like they had rotated from the jump tower from Tree, but this is a lot of noise that is going down here next to CLG. It's going to be the Knights, though, finding themselves in a fight, trying to take full control over this building that has the beacon. That's why they found themselves here. Really see Asura trying to get into position, forcing them into the corner. He does manage to heal up in time. He forced to back off. It's Bronzy, though, with this EVA 8, doing so much damage. A dome for a dome, and that's actually going to protect his back. Going to finalize that kill, so that way he can, for sure, get that point. He actually doesn't do it, but somebody else does it for him. It's all okay. But shooting through the window, they can't survive. And the bombardment wasn't enough to actually force them out from the roof because they could just shoot from the window themselves.
Too many teams are showing up right now. You got Pop-Tarts in the area along with Cloud9 and the Pittsburgh Knights. Will they be able to recover? You can see Benchwarmers are here as well. No, excuse me, Benchwarmers, not Cloud9, were in the area. So one of the many teams involved throughout all of this. They're trying to deny the res. That's the knock onto Asura as Madness just one clips with that R301. Takes to the roof. That's the bubble out early as well. He needs the rest of the squad. Tries to get the re-knock. Actually just cancel it himself. And here's the rest of the squad to make the push on in. They'll be able to finish off the Pittsburgh Knights. You should have Madness going for that armor swap. And that's going to be a nice purple for Knock to pick up as well.
They need to make that armor swap pretty quickly. And a gold backpack for Noct to use to res up any of the other bench warmers if they go down in that dome. But they noted that there was another squad that was shooting at them from afar. And you could take a look. It's Pop-Tarts who are actually in a pretty tricky situation here. They're essentially sandwiched between both of these squads. You can see the portal coming out from Lion to help reposition the rest of the squad.
Yeah, Team Intel just set up. They do drop over at Lava City, I believe, so they didn't have to really go far for this. And right now, they're eyeing those gold armors. They're currently sitting on triple blues, but if they can get that loot out away from Pop-Tarts, that would be nice, especially to make sure that they're able to grow this lead up against the rest of the lobby. And remember, they are the first place team in the cumulative leaderboard, but that lead has been cut into. Historically, the Pro Nights definitely one of the harder nights for Team Intel. And we'll see if there's a turnaround for them here. Having two teams in their sights, though, as we do have the ring information, luckily, coming out from them. So it is a pretty decent pull down here towards Lava City. So the ending that I'm looking at, it might just go over towards the mini shell where the respawn beacon is, or that cart that Pop-Tarts are playing right now.
Either way, this is a good spot for Team Intel. They're going to be able to keep this poke up on both of these squads, especially since it looks like two members on Team Intel are shooting that G7. But with Team Pop-Tarts, I was actually expecting them to maybe try to rotate, but maybe they didn't like the positioning of where that portal would have led them on the low ground inside of that building. It would have just set them up to get third party by Team Intel since they need those points. You can see that Verholz actually doesn't have a kill yet.
They are getting some decent chip damage off, 66 damage away from that blue Evo shield for himself. So go ahead and swap around. This is just going to be a lot of poking. I don't think anyone's going to commit to a fight so far. TSM were able to recover Hal, and we were talking about, of course, just the presence of teams in Geyser stop that CLG push, allowing TSM to recover his banner, and so they get him right back in like nothing happened at all whatsoever. So you got the double purples for them, and Reps is still sitting on that blue Evo shield. Now they're starting to make their way back on into Geyser. This is round number 2 for them. They spot out CLG. They're playing on the on the west side right now. They're just biding their time. They're not even taking any shots. They're playing this super conservatively.
Oh, as you said that right here. Commentator's curse. Imperial Hall wanted to get some shots in, but he can't go too crazy. You can take a look at his attachments. He only has a white mag, and he has limited ammunition right now for the R9. So they're actually opting to just keep their eye on any of the squads that are trying to overcommit before they back off, because it sounds like there's another fight actually happening right behind them. It's Benchwarmers losing. I'm Madness being able to get that res with the gold backpack. They just finished up a fight, and that's why they gave that gold backpack over to Nox, so that way they could get right back into the fray. There was another squad over, and it was going to be Team Intel versus Pop-Tarts, and they are still sitting in that position.
They're really under no pressure to move out of this spot for now, as they do grief that door at the very least. So once they do set their sights on it for a proper push, it'll be much easier for them. But Benchwarmer's doing a great job. You can see why this is such a highly valued position. So many teams going down here. You can play the choke. You have the safety of a building as well. And eventually, those teams that are still stuck in Geyser, TSM being one of them, will be forced through this choke. Or if they want to try their hand at the lava siphon side, Rambo doing a great job so far, as he's getting additional damage off now. But it looks like Team Intel are ready to finally make their push. The Nox gas grenade inside. They got the knock onto Z Davis, but they cannot commit, unfortunately. Lion goes down as well. Team Pop-Tarts are basically down to just one left. Lion and Z Davis finished off. So now this cart is going to be a spot that eventually will get fought over. We'll find out where the ring ends up pulling here in just a moment, but what a great play coming out from Team Intel.
And the fact that they noted not to overcommit there too. They don't want to give up this building. This is an amazing spot for them, especially with the guns that they currently have. The 30-30 beaming down, finding a break, 42 health, not going to overcommit, and they get finished off by another squad. They give that point over to Applejack Cub. Cheez-Its are still making their rotation in from Geyser. They don't know where the next circle is, but yeah, Benchwarmers having that ideal spot. They also have that beacon themselves. Cheez-It landing some spots, and they still have those blue Evo shields that they need to build up.
Yeah, Cheez-It can play off of this for some time. It's a very neutral position. Not really trying to gatekeep anything. You're just looking to wait out the ring and get a decent information about where you need to go next. You can see there are teams currently playing inside Lava Siphon, so it does make it a bit more difficult for them. Already have some pre-jumps set down as well, as you know, typically you're going to want to take this jump across anyhow, so might as well get the cooldown back up. Here's Team Razor, though, trying to make a push up onto the Benchwarmers currently. Mr. Hacula with that cheeky peek, getting some damage off, but I don't know if they really want to try to push the Benchwarmers here. Tech maybe once he gets another EMP and try to set that one up for his squad. And, you know, this is still just a decent spot to just play neutral. It's very similar to how Benchwarmers are playing it. You play for the KP that comes through the choke points to your north, but you have more access as well to the teams that are coming from the west. So gatekeeping in that regard. Right now, though, Bubble has been used from Zera Tricky. I feel like Benchwarmers might actually try to get aggressive off of this, so you got to be careful in how you hold this building for the next 20 seconds.
I'm just thinking here, with Team Razor having this building, even though this is a great spot because they're still in that choke point like the other squad is holding here, they're in a smaller building, which also could lead them up to getting third party a lot easier. You could see some of these scans coming in from the crypto drone and being able to scan that beacon too. Oh, actually, they're not the ones that are even able to scan it. It's going to be the Seer from the other squad that's going to be able to scan that beacon. And it's going to be G2 finding some cracks with the wingman. The one-time scope at that, just being able to get that track. The guys are already being used up. They're not going to try to overextend, but this is nice to note here that there is a squad rotating on the low ground into circle right below that choke point that we were just watching.
Amigos, let's go here.
Yeah, I don't know if they were able to recover the banner. I think Flinker already got thirsted after they called the retreat. They have one player kind of stuck and don't know exactly who this one is. Backing away, G2 patrolling around on the edges trying to find these fights. There's one whole team, it looks like, inside the cave proper, but the minute and 20 seconds to go doesn't leave them too much wiggle room to try and take the fight inside of this cave. I like that they're not committing to it. It is going to be Era that's playing off of this cave right now. They have the extra loot set up, and they have all 3 members checking all these angles. But with a minute to go, they want to make sure that no one actually pushes them here, and they needed the backup. Tech and Stunny both getting cracked now. Bowser waiting things out, playing this one a bit more cautiously, not electing to use that bubble. Luckily for them, but it does look like Cloud9 find themselves in a fight right now. Team Intel, though, still inside their building. And like I said, they're going to be safe here for some time now, getting the additional purples. They'll have some armor swaps, I have to imagine, to work off of as well. Yeah, there's 1 extra armor, and it seems it was a redeploy coming out from a Valkyrie squad to take that roof away from them.
Well, they know that they're right above them, too. They hear them. And we already have a member down from Tech Candy. Bowser taking so much of that damage. Are they going to push on that? Give up the high ground here? That would be super risky, but there's another team right behind them. They have no breathing room. It's going to be Team Pringles coming in for the third party. They hear the action going down, but Phony takes a lot of that damage. He's out of this fight. He needs to heal up. Popping the shield back maybe a little too late. Meanwhile, Depressly can't get away, and the bombardment is going to do it in for that squad. Currently CLT holding this roof, and I don't know if there's a beacon here, but usually when you have this roof, you have a lot of that access ground to that squad that could be rotating from the tunnel. They were the ones that got pressured out. They're the ones that try to portal out of that situation, but now they also have this roof to look over to the squads that were fighting on the other side of those buildings.
Rice Krispie Treats ended up running into Cloud9. Zach Mazer got the knock onto Nemusona there, and now Rice Krispie Treats on the retreat, as they're just trying to create some ground between them and Cloud9. You can see Liquid getting some revenge up onto G2, but might be multiple team affairs. Team Cheez-It now trying to spot out this squad. Beast of the Hunt popped for Golden here as he gets cracked and is forced back. Finicky will fall. It's TSM that finally make this push out, and TSM will take him out. But Cloud9 are in, Naughty and Cloud9 are in the area now. Here comes the third party. Arcstar in. Alberlele is cracked, forced back, but they got the knock on to Reps. I know that Madness is in the area as well for the bench warmers, but they're playing that choke just to the north. And I'm surprised that they're playing this one as aggressively as they are. Zach Mazer, though, wants the rest of TSM. The never-ending rivalry between these 2 squads now. As Zach Mazer is going to go ahead and top off before they make this next push.
Yeah, I feel like C9's looking at the situation like they need to push in this direction. They did know that there was another squad behind them, and they got out of that high ground position because they didn't want to be the ones to get third party. They know that there's only 2 members now left inside of this building, but they're forced to take some circle damage. Is it worth it here? I mean, they're going to be able to dive in, taking the fight over. How are you going to be able to defend yourself when you have 3 of these members from C9 APing you in that situation? Team Nestle Splash still holding on to this roof. This time with Mamba still on this caustic, it's gonna be so difficult to push, especially since they do have that high ground positioning.
Yeah, it's Team Intel right below them, so it's mirrored comps on the other side. And it's gonna be so incredibly difficult. It's gonna come down to Malice Mamba really for Splash to try and find an opening on that caustic. He's the only one that can really tank the gas before anything else happens. But I feel like this is really just going to be some trades. Nothing really too big until we have some defensive bombardments. If they can force out the bubble, then maybe they go for that. But if I were, of course, Nestle, I would just be keeping an eye on the other surrounding areas right now. You're in a great spot. You have the rooftop to play off of right now. But Nestle, they're not given that option as Team Intel are trying to poke and prod their way up those stairs. Got to be careful. Scan down. And now they have to worry about a third-party attempt by possibly coming in from Applejacks from the south side as the ring does close up. Now, Applejacks can come in onto the low and just play underneath the bridge, underneath the train tracks, so they don't really need to push this building. As you can see, that ring is pulling here. Team Intel calling this one very early on, and they were set up. It does look like Charlotte Phoenix, though, are looking to finish off Cloud9. That's going to be Zach Mazer and Naughty finished off. So Alberlele is still alive for the squad for now, but for how long? Applejack's going down to, I don't even know who the hell that is.
It's just been chaotic with these squads forced to get out of these buildings with circle closing in. Team Intel looking like they're in a great spot here. Bench warmers instead trying to notice the situation. We do note that Team Applejacks that were off to the right, Cubs stealing some stragglers actually that were running out of circle. And that's some extra KP that's definitely necessary. Talk about that bus actually getting fought over. No more caustic traps that they have to deal with, as that squad was cleared out earlier on. But Benchwarmers, they don't want to overextend here too, because they note that there could be a squad that could rotate off to the right. And if they put themselves up into open ground, it's hunting season for the Benchwarmers.
So the ring does end up, yeah, pulling away to that cart. They do have some cover to work with at the very least to try to get in. In this distance, though, they'll be able to utilize the shield as well, the bubble from Noct. Rambo, he basically has sights on everyone right now with that passive from the Seer. Although trying to pick up some extra KP, they've been doing a great job all game long, getting involved in small skirmishes, small fights here and there, picking that one up. You can see they have at least 6 kill points that are in the top 6, making sure you get another a higher finish right now, as it does seem like we got some fighting taking place inside that main building beforehand. Intel, the defensive bombardment going down from Stink and actually connecting onto a few, but Charlotte Phoenix, they don't want to leave themselves vulnerable to the rest of the teams in the lobby right now. So they drop down onto the low. This is where I wanted to see Applejacks play off of, but I think Charlotte Phoenix beat them to the bunch. Applejacks are out, I believe. And so, yeah, we've got Charlotte Phoenix, we got Benchwarmers, Intel, Nestle still alive. I'd like to check in with the other 2 squads to see who's still involved throughout all of this.
Well, they got clear sights over CLT as they're making their moves through this underside of the railroad tracks. It's looking like Kodakami at least is out of that line of sight, but there's another squad that is shooting off to the right. I don't think it's going to be the squad that's actually on that high ground building, but maybe another squad holding an off angle. It's going to be really tricky here for them to get out of that situation, but Team Razor, 96 taking a lot of that damage, force out the bat. And look at the way that they're already rotating, trying to take full advantage of that. Now they're going to be slowed down a little bit, thrown out with the dome. It's going to be the dome used up already, and the bombardment too getting sent out. The fact that Razor's been able to hold this and get a knock while they're at it is insane, because you have those open windows to be afraid of when it comes to a lot of those grenades.
Beautiful job coming out from Team Razor. Really, at this point, they're just playing COD Zombies here to finish off the waves and waves of teams coming in, picking up some free KP. They've been largely silent throughout a lot of these this game so far, but this is why playing to the late game can definitely work out. Now, Tech does have to be careful. Charlotte Phoenix are pushed up to the bus as a full 3. It's the final 3 squads remaining. Charlotte Phoenix, Benchwarmers, and Razor. Now, the crux, the focus coming out from the other 2 teams, from Charlotte Phoenix, from Benchwarmers, is right into the squad inside right now. The bubble has been used by Stink as they go for that full reset, and most of the cooldowns are gone. Never mind, it's actually Nestle Splash that are here, not the Benchwarmers. As Charlotte Phoenix are making the push, they've already gotten 2 knocks, and now this is the opportunity for Nestle Splash. Razor down now as Nestle Splash have the man advantage as well. It's the full push out for them. Will it be back-to-back wins? It should be, as Charlotte Phoenix are now down to just Greek God, and he is stuck inside the car by himself. The full 3 members of Nestle Splash going in for the final kill. Nestle Splash with the back-to-back victories here in Pro Night.
What a performance so far. Amazing timing too and positioning from their part. They knew that was the name of the game. That truck in the middle, whoever was going to fight first, the third party was going to roll in no matter what, because the circle was going to pull there. And Nestle Splash, not only with the fear that the alternator puts into these players, but the right positioning and the right time to push into that fight. Really good performance from Nestle Splash to also go through that choke point too, closer to Geyser, because we saw that earlier looking at what was happening in TSM. It was absolutely chaotic there during the mid game.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E right after this.
If I could create the Nemusona Rice Krispies Treats flavor, 100%, I'd have to mix a Rice Krispie with one of my favorite toppings, Nutella. Because Rice Krispies, the best sweet thing that you can eat, plus Nutella, the best sweet topping you can have, mix them together, sweet greatness, baby. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks for the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
It's fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored smash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheese it, snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
I love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Back-to-back wins from Team Splash, and I don't think we've seen back-to-back wins from a partner team since Team Intel's first open night victory when they were extremely dominant. So Splash doing something crazy there, and doing it on a pro night as well is extremely impressive. So hats off to them. That is a fantastic way to start the day. They still have 4 games ahead of them. They need to continue to put points on the board, but they're going to be feeling really good because I imagine they're going to be sitting with a comfortable lead at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Vicky here in a few. But let's check out our player of the game for game 2. And is it back-to-backs from my man Gibby? It's not. It's going to be Malice Mamba. And we were talking about, it was a bit of a low kill game from Team Splash. In the first one, they only ended up picking up 5 kills on top of the 12 placement points. It's a different story this time around. Malice Mamba, 5 kills, 4 assists, and just short of 1,500 damage in that game. Guarantees at the very least 21 points for Team Splash in that one, on top of the 17 that they grabbed in game number 1. So that is a fantastic way to start the day. And again, I mentioned in my last segment, Splash is trying to close that gap with those top 4 teams, and their job got more difficult with the way that Team Pop-Tarts played last night. But if Splash can consistently play at this level throughout the rest of tonight, it's going to do them a lot of good. I don't expect them to win 6 games in a row, but if they can continue to put points on the board, whether it's 10 to 15 each game, I think that is a fantastic showing from them, and they're looking really good here through 2 games. Absolutely love to see it. And do want to remind you guys, before we go back to Jamerson and Vicky, don't miss my next segment for halftime today. I'm going to be joined by CEO and founder of Esports Arena, Tyler Endress, and we're going to talk about some awesome stats about Series E and the run that we've had so far here working with Apex Legends at Esports Arena. So you're not going to want to miss out on that. Also want to let you guys know, if you want to grab products from any of our partners, whether it's some Rice Krispies treats, some Cheez-It, any other products from those great brands, you can grab them all at walmart.com/esports arena right now. We would certainly greatly appreciate it. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, our final game of the first half, and will we get 3 in a row from Splash? You'll have to find out in a few.
Hey, what's up? I'm Clinical, and this season we're gonna snack, crackle, and pop the competition.
For the Chihuahua shot right there, the little ankle biter. Not gonna really land though is Rice Krispie Treats now with the Mastiff. This is what I love the Mastiff for, but there's tons of grenades sitting in the way. Clinical trying to get out of there. There's a nice R3.
If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esports arena for all the products that you need. My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispie Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispie Treats Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach! Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Fruit flavored splash. It's very refreshing.
Yo, Bundy, where do you get this merch, dude?
esportsarena.com/shop.
Looks sick, Bundy.
I know.
What's up, gamers? Conniekin's here. Behind the scenes. Look at this. This is like a camera.
We're doing a photo shoot today.
Stand loose. You're a goofy guy.
Yeah. Look at that. That's cute. That's a wallpaper.
I don't see anybody else's esports org with this many sponsors. That's all I'm saying.
What? You don't like that?
Why are you laughing? Do like, I don't know, is there like a Fortnite character that you like that doesn't take out the storyline? TI when it comes to production and photography.
Yeah, put the Nintendo Direct right there.
Area.
What's up?
Look at this crew neck, Connie. Show me this crew neck. Look at the embroidery. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Connie, how do those feel on your legs?
I love them, dude. I could literally live in these.
Howdy, he said hi.
GameCube controller. Get out of here.
What's this?
Phone and I just saw it.
Oh my god.
Like this thing right here.
Did you get that on camera?
Watch your fingers.
Yes.
Put the camera down. Can you guys put these cameras down and like actually help Kyle?
Bunny, here, you can just take this. No, Brandon, keep vlogging.
Yeah, I don't know why he's thinking that. This is...
We got Tyler posing over here looking like a badass. We got Kyle doing some great shots where he pulls back and... 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah.
You know, it's just a whole vibe, Connie. Gaming, dog. Gaming.
It's always taxi.
Where's your camera? In the box?
In the box. You think the elevator's working?
No.
No. It was really dangerous. That was some Final Destination.
Yes.
Show us the picture.
No.
Hey guys, we're gonna...
Yeah, we did it. We made it. Right before the sun.
5:40.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors? Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We did have to take a little bit of a longer break because we were having issues once again with the lobby, but we do have it all set up and players are getting in right now, so we'll get the game underway very shortly. Before the break, though, Nestle Splash took 2 wins back-to-back there, the second one in game number 2. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand after those 2 victories, and that one was a 21-point game for Nestle Splash. Solidly in first place, and now we have another 2-way tie, but this time it's between Benchwarmers and Charlotte Phoenix for second place.
I believe after looking at how the individual members of Team Nestle Splash did, I believe they had gotten like 9 kills in total. So that, in addition to getting first again, Jamerson, they're looking fantastic. You can tell that this is a team that wants to make sure that they could get into that top 4 spot in the remaining teams within our partner teams, rather, in the cumulative leaderboards. But they're doing such a good job tonight. And one of our pro nights where it is the most difficult night for a lot of our sponsored teams to be able to even get those points in the first place.
Yeah, so far, half the lead that Pop-Tarts were able to create for themselves last night has been cut into by Nestle Splash. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high-performance moment of game number 2. We saw a lot of fighting all game long over the truck, and it was no different here in the end game now. Charlotte Phoenix make that push onto Team Razor, and Nestle Splash understand this is their moment to finish off for the second dub.
That was beautiful too. Just being able to come in at the right time. I like the attempt there at the reposition using that jump pad, but unfortunately you're outnumbered. It's 3-1. And look at the fact that only Mamba was the one that had got pressured. He was the only one that had lost their shield. Meanwhile, you have Turns and Gibby being able to beam through the last member, holding their full shield still. So looking pretty strong after that win. That's 2 wins back to back. And there's only 4 games left for the night, Jamerson.
Mamba just tossing in that last barrel as well for good measure. Hey guys, I'm helping. Here we go though, as we are heading into game number 3. We're almost at the halfway mark now. As we're going to be joining, I guess, back on board with Nestle Splash. They now have a clear landing over there at Skyhook. It's going to be free for them. Don't see anyone challenging. It looks like the flight path was very far south, and so they are going to be a little bit short, so their rotation is going to be slowed down just a bit, but you know, I think they have a pretty good confirmation that they're not getting challenged here. Either way, though, they should be relatively safe as they loot up. We noted, of course, Team Liquid are in the area, but they take trials. They take a while to loot up, so they're really under not that much pressure. This time around, though, first ring coming out. Is this going to be a landslide ring? We don't get to see those often.
You know, this ring is really tricky because if it does pull towards landslide, a lot of those squads in the northern part of the map are going to be in that open ground area, leading away towards Skyhook. We already see a fight being taken by Knights. Looking pretty good on loot, too. Having that longbow to at least build up that Evo shield. It's okay that Bronzy doesn't have a blue Evo shield just yet because he still has that longbow to poke with.
There's the 4-8 for that longbow as well if he wants to take it, but it looks like Lava Siphon is just going to be split for now between Knights and Cheez-It. Neither team really full contesting onto trying to drop on each other. Just get the loot and get out. Let's not throw each other's games. And they are not committing to any fights quite yet. You can see Asura, though, is popping the ultimate cells early on. And so maybe they try to get aggressive on the teams over by tree, or actually do try to push Cheez-It, who are still here. They are crossing the bridge now, making their way on over as the scans come out. That's going to be a nice purple for Bronzy, for Asura to upgrade to and hand off. Second hand, that blue armor towards Bronzy. Cheez-It. You can see they're the ones, again, struggling for the loot, still sitting on 2 white armors as the Knights are looking to get in. But hey, hit a nice heady with that wingman. Might put the Fear of God into the squad.
Gotta respect the wing, dude, especially when it's in Molus's hands. That's gonna be some accurate shots coming through, and being able to build up that blue Evo shield too. But the moment that Cheez-It notes that squad that is on the other side has that double purple, it's gonna be a threat that they're gonna have to deal with, at least with some extra poke. Molus is gonna be able to keep up that pressure. There's another squad also flying into their left, so they need to watch out that they haven't been skirmishing just too much, because that's still a lot of noise coming out and a lot of squads that could be rotating in from tree.
Yeah, they can kind of just flip-flop positions. Cheez-It now on the north side of Lava Siphon. And so they might try to play to cut off the Pittsburgh Knights, who I'm surprised that they committed for this, committed to try and chase down Cheez-It, but again, those shots from Mollis really keeping them at bay for the time being. You can see it is, of course, rotation time, like you noted. Teams coming out from tree right now, but it's Razor trying to find their way inside. But there might be a full team up top. They've got to be careful making this push right now. If they go up, Lightstar Joe is there. He gets the knock onto Hakulo, and now it's the full commit coming out from RKT. The second knock onto Zara. Tricky as well. And how? Why did they decide to go for the full send on that? Era's in the area. RKT need to get back together up on this platform, and they should be safe. They do secure the 2 KP as well. They're forced to bubble as the defensive bombardment goes down on top of them.
I'm wondering here, Jamerson, that if that was a desperate push because they just did not expect RKT to beam them as hard as they did. Now it's RKT getting beamed from every side. They have to avoid these grenades because they're coming in from both of those directions. And a charge rifle to meet Clinical's head. He won't be able to survive another full-on shot, so he needs to drop down soon. That's exactly what they're gonna do as they get shot from both of those angles. They're gonna be able to fully send it inside this dome. He throws up the arcs or at least covers some space, but they were so low to begin with because of the poke from the charge rifle from afar.
Nemuson is still fighting back, though. It's down to a 1v1. That Stunny ends up winning. He traded. And we'll see if the third party comes in, and there it is. Instantly, Stunny getting out of there with that grapple. And his teammates will get finished off. So CLG showing up quickly here now. Understand that he can go over towards Countdown because that is where I believe Team Razor came from. But it looks like they are not going to chase from the CLG side. They're happy with the loot. This is going to be, for all intents and purposes, a landslide ending, and they have so much loot to pick up here. So many people ended up dying. It was like 8, maybe 9 people overall.
Great position for them and amazing loot. They also have a gold helmet to work on too. This is going to be CLG's circle if they maintain their position. And a quick server shutdown. That's unfortunate as we get things set up with the lobbies. Unfortunately, like you were saying, Davidson, things like that happen, but you have to consider the points that a lot of these squads were able to accumulate throughout that game. We're going to be going to a quick break, guys, while we figure everything out. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
What's up? My name's Lightstar Joe, and I'm about to try the home-style Rice Krispies treat. It's really good. With the marshmallow chunks in it, it's perfect. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name's Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
I've been playing Apex Legends since the week of release, and what got me into it was the gunplay, the movement, and all my friends were in the game. They just kept asking me to play, so I kept playing with them, and eventually came here. The role I perform for my team is usually the support role, so I'm on Gibby. I got to throw the bubbles, throw the ultimate down, got the arm shield to trade damage for the Evos. It's been a good experience. I think I used to play the Valk for the team, but switching to Gibby has really helped our team. And the loadout, my favorite loadout has to be the R301, the EVA 8. So playing with Clinical, from the day when I got my PC, I've been playing with him ranked straight into tournaments and then eventually into Series E qualifiers. I've loved every second of it. He's a great guy. He's very humble, very talented. One of the best fraggers in the game, I think. I was so happy to pick him up. Playing with Nemusona, he's very talented. He's insanely cracked with the game. I didn't think I was going to be able to get him on my team from the beginning because we were just so new to the game from the beginning, and just having that experience with him is very good. My favorite part of competitive Apex is the amount of teams left in the zones as they close, everyone rotating in through different areas, trying to get in without getting killed, just getting their spot in the game so they can play for endgame and get the win. I think the last zone is my favorite zone of all. Everyone's running into the zone, trying to make sure they don't die to the ring, and just fighting it out, and just whoever comes up on top is who had the better gun skill in that game. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name's Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
How long have I been playing Apex Legends? I've been playing Apex Legends on and off since Season 1, right around release, but I started taking the game seriously around Season 5. And what got me hooked onto the game was 100% the movement and the gunplay that the game had to offer. On my team, I'm the IGL during our fights. I make sure that our team stays coordinated together so that we can win our fights as easy as possible. Right now, I'm playing the legend known as Horizon in Apex Legends, and my favorite gun combo to use is definitely the Flatline and the EVA 8 Auto. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks or the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week. What's up? My name is Nemusona, and I'm about to try the original Rice Krispies flavor. Right there. So good. So marshmallowy, it's got that little bit of crunch. Oh, this is the best snack by far. Love it. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks or the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true slide trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula, it chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars in the break, sometimes a one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we...
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Hey, what's up? My name is Clinical, and I'm about to try the original Rice Krispie treat. I recommend 10-10. You can never go wrong with the original one. If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products that you need. Hey, what's up? My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispie Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispie Treats Week.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Fresh flavored smash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. I love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing enough for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snack.
All right, welcome back, guys. We're going straight into game number 4. That's right, game number 4. So we are voiding out game number 3, unfortunately, due to time constraints. So we will only be playing 5 games tonight. Well, 5 games will count tonight. And so now time is getting a little bit short for the rest of the lobby with 3 games left to go. Teams need to catch up to Nestle Splash, who already have 2 wins out of the 2 games we were able to play tonight.
And that's huge here because of the fact that this team has won 2 of the games that we've played thus far, and there's going to be, 2 more games to play through. That's going to allow Nestle Splash to further up that lead, and if they play for this end circle, they're going to be in a great position after this game 4.
Yeah, we have a similar circle to what would have been game number 3 here in game number 4. Another one ending here, landslide, lava fissure, but we're really expecting this one to pull towards the train tracks in between both right now. So look for teams to maybe even play off of the south side of lava fissure there, as Knights once again eyeing up Cheez-It in this 50-50 over at Lava Siphon.
They have some pretty good loot here too. Bronzy actually having the 2x4 on the G7. Oh, could even go for that 3 times if he wants to. He is going to opt for that. He's got double long range, which is an ideal situation if you're on this part of Lava Siphon and they know that there is another squad that's on the other side.
Yeah. See how much it slows down your looting path as you have to kind of stick together as a full 3 just in case. But seems like on the other side for Cheez-It, they were able to actually get armors this time around. The Knights still holding position. No big wingman shots out here from Mollis to really keep them in check. But they're happy. They do have the priority to rotate out if they want to. Don't need to commit to a fight whatsoever from the Cheez-It side. As, again, we're going to want to get an early position over there by Landslide, by Lava Fissure. Team that is making their way into into Landslide, or maybe out of Landslide right now, is going to be Rice Krispie Treats. Lightstar Joe sitting only on that blue shield for his squad. The best armor so far for them as they are playing here. They've got another squad just outside. Nemusona gets cracked and he's forced back, but the scan is there for Clinical, keeping that team at bay for the time being, and this one's probably just going to fizzle with some utility being used by either side. We'll see if anyone commits. If they do, Clinical, he's got the Beast of the Hunt, so he's going to go ahead and pre-pop that just in case. Worried about the push from this squad, and now Nemusona is making the call himself. He wants to go out and get aggressive on this team.
It just could be tricky. If they don't have the jump pad here to reposition, they're going to be putting themselves out into the open while they are trying to find the squad. Meanwhile, RKT, they only have these white Evo shields, just minus Light, who has that blue Evo, so they're actually just going to back out of the situation. They know that this is too troublesome for them to deal with. They don't even have a vault key. Another squad could actually just rotate over from the construction building of Fragment, and they could hear a lot of the action going down here. So instead, they're actually just backing off. They're going to be able to take the tunnel coming up here. And Rice Krispie Treats, they recognize the situation, and that's what's really important, just knowing when to reposition here. They note that this has been looted too, so there may be another squad nearby.
This is really bad for RKT. They got nothing off of that, and they committed a lot into it. The Beast of the Hunt, along with maybe about 4 or 5 nades. And if your loot already looks this bad where you're sitting on the whites, you got to imagine the economy is super bad for RKT. This position, though, is one that you can really utilize. Teams running into a firing field, as we have some early fights taking place. It looks like Rockstar versus the Benchwarmers, as the Renegades now are on the hunt over here by Thermal Station. You gotta be careful with these rotation timings. They could be running into G2. They back off for the time being, as there seems to be a lot of presence over by Staging. So you can try to avoid this, go over to the choke on the other side to their left right now, and it looks like that is what they're gonna do. And if they want to approach this a bit safer, they can also use that Beast of the Hunt. That Scurry is rocking right now. He's got that one down, but for the large part, they should be relatively safe.
Yeah, they're just going to rotate out. Speaking of rotating, Pop-Tarts, they're utilizing the Valkyrie ult, and they're also going to be able to get some intel over any of the squads that are trying to rotate out of train and now move onto the train tracks. They do know that there's a squad right below them, but they want to get the high ground. There's another squad actually up ahead, and they don't want to put themselves in the sandwiching position, so this is going to be really tricky for Team Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, it's probably Team Liquid holding that south side of Lava Siphon Lava Fissure right now. Pop-Tarts were trying to get that bridge position that this ring could end in. And unfortunately, they were a little bit later on the rotate. They can't quite go for that one yet. But you do have Dank on this Caustic. So even though this position looks a little bit vulnerable, you've got plenty of cover to play off of. It's still very early on right now. And their armors are great. So, you know, their bats are going to go much further for them than most other squads right now. There is a full team inside this cart right now. Z Davis trying to grease some doors to make it a little bit easier. And I'm surprised he actually got that stick onto that one. So getting some at least decent value off of that. If they want to, they can go for the full send onto this squad. And they are eyeing it up.
Oh, they're just trying to scare them. They're going to blow up both doors on both of the sides here, so that way they have a clear view. Oh, but unfortunately misses that grenade. It's okay. There are times to charm here. See if it could blow up that door, but if it does, this squad is in between 2 squads in general. You saw the Seer Tactical come out. If that did land on any of the members of that squad, that's going to be some more intel for the opposing squad. Neither of these squads want to get too aggressive, though, because Team Pop-Tarts do note that there's another squad in Landslide, which actually brings the squads in this area up to 4, with a potential other squad that's by countdown, so 5 squads in total.
Yeah, a lot of traffic here on the basically north side of the zone. A lot of teams banking on this one, going towards that bridge. It has been a very, very frequent ring right now, but they've got confirmation. I don't know if they were able to see it before, but Caustic Gas getting in there, and that team's just going to go ahead and bug out, evacuate, nearly getting the knock, but Z Davis does get tagged up. Like I said, they've got the purples, they've got the blues. Their batteries are going to go far.
And look at Z Davis already. They just use it to get into this position, and the Valkyrie is already nearly at 80% to utilize that ult in case they want to reposition. Applejack's now having to reposition themselves. Fortunately, Rated R isn't going to be as lucky here, though. He gets beamed out of the zip line, and he goes down on top of the lava to add, so he can't even get rezzed.
And this is why you have to give Thermal Station a wide berth unless you're ready to face off up against G2. Blueberry Smalls, I'm sorry, but you're not going to be able to get a bat and a syringe off. You're just going to go down, my dude, as he gets pushed. Designful. Oh boy, somehow went down, but G2 are going to be safe throughout all of that. A CLG inside that landslide tunnel, taking the fight up against Pittsburgh Knights. Knights picking up 2. That's going to be an easy wipe out for the Pittsburgh Knights, picking up that CLG loot.
With the EVA 8 headshot there, too. That was actually what we had just seen from the last squad for that last fight. Meanwhile, Knights, they didn't even take much damage. They have some of their ultimates, and now they're just going to be able to replenish on some loot. But taking a look at their position, it's looking like Asuda's actually looking behind them to make sure they manage to catch any stragglers that are trying to move into the circle from that side.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy in this position for sure. For now, don't know how many more teams are rotating in from the south. We did see a lot of teams already make their way on through. You can see Intel are actually hovering around Harvester right now. You have Cheez-It as well. And that was sort of shadowing the Knights on their way on in. They wanted to try and gain one of these high ground positions. You can see why right now. The ring continuing to pull away. That bridge position is basically where we were expecting this one to go. And that is where a lot of the action is currently taking place. Here, though, Nestle Splash, remember, they've won 2 out of the 2 games that we've played tonight. They're definitely looking for a third one. Turns has been doing an amazing job for them on this Valkyrie, getting into some excellent spots for the late game. They're going to take a wide swing on up to Skyhook to avoid a lot of the open ground there as they make their way through to Countdown or even through Landslide. So I like this call coming out from them. It does mean that they're going to have to play off the choke here just to the south if they decide to go for the tunnel. But the simple fact that Turns is on the Valkyrie, they have a lot of options still available to them.
It all really goes down to what they feel most comfortable here and where they feel like would be the best. Meanwhile, you do see Team Intel trying to go for a little cheeky head glitch here. It's for Holst. They do note that they have control over that building, but half of it is outside of the circle, so it's such limited space to work with. Talk about limited space. Rockstar can't even get a grenade out. McGravy goes down as he's still playing here for Team Rockstar. We saw them just yesterday in the open. Okay, nice little mobility right there, ricocheting off of the rock, getting out of that line of sight. C9, they're going to be holding onto this building, healed up. And we did know that there was 2 squads shooting in this direction, but we're seeing from the heartbeat sensor from Stay Naughty that there is no squads, at least to their left and right.
Yeah, a lot of it cleared out now. Now it makes me wonder, where did Team Liquid end up holding for this one if it was Cloud9 and Rockstar that were up here in Lava Fissure? But for the time being, you got to imagine they're in a great spot. Fun, actually. Back on in now, and he's on that fuse once more, poking and prodding away at that cart. As it looks like we have that fight, Intel versus G2 right now, just outside of Thermal Station, and G2 get wiped out. Skittlecake's the only one to go down. Cheez-It coming in for the third party, though, but they're pretty far, and the bubble has been used as well. It should be a fast reset for Team Intel. Again, I believe should be relatively safe, especially with those armor swaps and triple nades out just to make sure that Cheez-It cannot make a push. Great recovery coming out from Team Intel as well. Taking that team fight win very fast up against G2.
Oh, but there's another squad holding the high ground, it looks like. The Cheez-It were getting shot at. They don't want to turn their backs to the other squad that they wanted, the third party, especially since their purple Evo shields were nearly red, having a lot better of equipment in comparison to Team Cheez-Its, at least for the time being. See them trying to take an off angle here, but again, that squad could still rotate from behind them unless they go wide. Then it's going to be directly on the other side, and they could find themselves getting sandwiched.
For now, though, Cheez-It, they do clear their back, and it does seem like they will be safe. It is going to be ring number 2, so there's a small possibility that Intel wrap around this way, but Intel do have that other choke to play off of right now, though TSM, speaking of chokes, are holding the fragment aside right now. I think it's just a 2-man there, and you got to imagine TSM were able to spot that out. Here comes the airburst nade, but the jump pad has already been used. Imperial Hal wants to chase after him as the defensive bombardment goes down. Maybe just to cover, they got the knock onto Clinical, and then Musona finished off as well. So Team Pringles now in the area. TSM noting this one. They have a third team involved just outside, just actually inside of Landslide. But here's Team Intel. They're able to make their way through that choke and got inside of a building, and they're going to be able to lock it down with these barrels. So they should be safe for some time. Their door will get griefed, but you kind of expect that here in these lobbies.
Especially since a lot of these end circles have a lot of those grenades. I was talking a little bit about that just that last game, where you have to note in those enclosed quarters, and whenever you're stuck between two squads, you have to imagine being in those cards are so difficult to deal with because of the pressure from the grenade. So being able to hold this building with the caustic traps are going to be crucial for Skittle Cakes to maintain, but because they're on the low ground at the moment, and with these squads holding this higher ground, any of the other squads that came from right behind them who had scanned that beacon are going to know where that next circle is. Verhulst is trying to get a little tricky of an angle so that way he can mix up where he's going to be shooting from, but you can see it's Team Intel right now just trying to hold them back, and a little greedy attempt at actually pushing onto the high ground right there.
Yeah, it was on the rate, though, relatively safe as the Pittsburgh Knights are over here at Landslide. So they're in a pretty decent spot to try and gatekeep, and it looks like both TSM and the Knights are focusing down onto Team Pringles. Bubble has been used, and Knights trying to get aggressive, but the nade spam is slowing things down. You can see Gillerson's getting cracked and just backing off of this one. Now, they have given up that high ground, but they can zip up if they want to. But oh no, Hal is right on top of him. Got him the knock onto Bronzy. Port out just in case. He actually cancels that one, as it looks like the call was made. Bronzy is going to be safe. And now, retaking the height. They need to buy some time for Bronzy to heal up. TSM have gotten themselves to double purple here, but now they're the ones being gate kept. So now the turntables. But now you do have the res coming out. So will any team try to get aggressive off of this?
Yeah, they actually called that right there because they noted, even though Hall wanted to confirm that kill, he had to back off. He noted that there was another third party. Oh, but Jesus, they just close out their fight here in this enclosed building, really taking any hits, minus Golden going in for a quick shield swap and healing up in time. Team Cheez-Its have to start making moves, though, with the portal right behind them. It's looking like they're sandwiched, and Finicky's the first one to go down. They are unable to actually come back from this, and he gets finished while he's at it too. Look at the amount of boxes there are in here too. There's so much action that had to have gone down in this build, or rather this truck alone.
Yeah, this is a very common end zone. You can see why so many teams are fighting over it right now. Liquid understanding that they do have the man advantage. Golden does get one knock onto Nocturnal, but it should be a fast res for them. Splash in a fight here on the southwest side of the zone, getting pushed out, but they've got the barrel coverage there, providing some additional damage, but Gibby will fall to Team Intel. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. They'll steal the cakes. Turns it on over. Renegades coming in for the third party, though, and Intel will not have the opportunity to go for the reset quite yet. Defensive bombardment is slowing things down just a bit. Renegades have made their way onto the second floor. Kodagami, though, coming in for Charlotte Phoenix for the third party. And everyone is just getting punished. Well, Charlotte Phoenix is. This is an opportunity for maybe Team Intel to try and fight back in. Stink with the bubble out will allow them to get onto the second floor. You can see the gas slowing things down as they're chasing after this last member, but he is stuck behind that knock shield. Dupe will fall. Now, Team Intel, it's all on the backs of Verhulst as another team shows up. Charlotte Phoenix needs to get the hell out of there. They will back off. No. Verhulst gets the knock onto Madness throughout all of this. Will Verhulst be able to turn this one around? He does actually secure the kill onto Madness as well before he finally goes down to Rambo. So Charlotte Phoenix now down to a duo. Benchwarmers down to a duo as well. It looks like TSM got finished off throughout this mad scramble. We're down to 6 squads, 16 players remaining.
Jamerson, there was 5 squads that just pulled up to the party at the very end there. I'm not even surprised. We're reaching the end of our game here as Aberlele gets pressured out, loses their shield. This is by going down on the other side of the circle. Currently on landside slide, they are going to be able to get healed up. Aberlele low on bats. And Zach Mazer actually forced to back off here. He needs to get set up with these traps, but they are on open ground. Valkyrie Tactical is going to be able to put in some pressure, but no one from that squad is going to try to overextend. Instead, they just have the Seer Tactical from Stay Naughty, so that way they know who is going to try to push here.
We do have the mobile res coming out, it looks like, to the south side. So Benchwarmers might be getting Madness back into this one. They are the ones that had priority over all that loot there to try and bring him back. Naughty keeping an eye on this squad inside. They need to wait out for Zach Mazer to try and get that Nox gas grenade back and get some additional barrels. This becomes very difficult. And yeah, it was Madness that got res back on in. Kodagami got the knock mid-air, it seems, onto him. But, you know, I imagine Benchwarmers should be able to get the res, as that fast res bubble has come out from Cloud9. Great opening here, but Aberlele is forced back now. Zach Mazer dropped down to about 25 HP. Z Davis, it's not going to be enough for Pop-Tarts to try and survive. We're down to top 4 squads remaining now. Cloud9 in a tough spot here, as they have one of the longest runs to get into the next zone. So the teams are keeping an eye on it. Let's see if they're able to recover this loot at the very least that they worked so hard for.
And Stay Naughty making the right call right there, utilizing the heartbeat sensor from the Seer to know that there's going to be another squad rotating off to their right, and that's why they had to reposition here. Luckily, the other squad did move out of here, so they do have some free real estate at the moment. Because take a look at the fact that Phony is the epitome of one as he's backed off into a corner. Another fight happening on the railroad tracks. But C9, they're not in circle just yet. They're actually rather far, and they're also getting beamed at from afar. Maybe by Howl with that L-Star that we saw him beaming others with earlier. But no, it's actually going to be Benchwarmers moving in right behind them. Magnus is back in the fray, but not for long as he's the first one to go down. Nox managing to get another knock. And now he's inside his own bubble. No one's going to try to interrupt him from afar. Managing to get 2 down. That's going to be some extra KP. And they are going to be able to get that safe res. But they have to do it quickly, and they have to go for that quick shield swap because another squad's moving in.
Yeah, Liquid are just licking their lips right now. They have priority on the zone. All these teams committing to a fight just before the ring closes as well. And so now they're going to have the pressure of the ring to their back. Madness hasn't even been able to hit a bat just quite yet. Aberlele gets finished off, and now we're down to our top 3. Pringles, Benchwarmers, and Liquid right now. But Liquid, again, in that power position. Got to be careful. Nice off angle here for Noct. Now they just have to survive this push. You can see Nocturnal playing far back for his squad. Just a position for them to try and back off to. And it's going to be the full send coming out to Pringles, noting that he is by himself. What a beautiful call coming out from Team Pringles. Noting that there was the isolated player here. They'll be able to back off from that Bangalore ultimate as well. Now it's just the artillery that's running out for Team Liquid. How much more do they have? Do they have the Ring of Fire to try and play off of Team Pringles? What a beautiful maneuver to get here to the control on the south side. That even opens up the opportunity for the Benchwarmers to sneak into this ring as well. So now it's down to a 3v2 with Liquid, damage squad, in this final fight.
Yeah, with that squad actually taking that jump pad to the high ground, that's actually allowed Benchwarmers to hold on to the low ground without getting pressured out from behind them. And you can take a look at Team Pringles, specifically Fury having 6 assists. So this is a squad that has really been able to add in a lot of that poke damage from afar. They're going to be able to hold this great position inside circle, and a lot of these squads are going to be going in for a slow rotate. If I were Team Pringles right now, I would still maintain this position. They have clear view over where the remaining last 2 squads are currently.
Just getting poked by Fun with that knuckle cluster, but just very minimal damage. More nades are coming out from Liquid. I'm surprised that they have so much here into the late game. So much has just been really good just management of their nades throughout most of this game. But you can see now they're trying their best to keep both of these squads at bay for Team Pringles. It's all about trying to force Liquid to take the fight up against the Benchwarmers right now, force them out of that position, make them drop down early on, commit to the low, And it seems like they will have to. The ring is forcing them down now. They have to hope that Flanker or Fun find a knock onto Benchwarmers, making this final fight easier, but they're definitely not making it easy. Flanker with those smokes going out. Noct did get the knock onto Flanker there, and they might not have the opportunity to come in for the third party. We'll see what Fun can do. He did throw down that ring of fire. He's still here on the high ground. Now it looks like it might just be a free kill point as Phony actually drops down onto this one. Luckily for them though, there's a jump pad. He's able to reconnect with his squad. That was a very scary proposition for them. Now it's going to be just like we had in game number one. Fun, can he come in to play spoiler here? Now it's the full commit coming out from Team Pringles. They had a big connect with that Arc Star, but they don't get a knock quite yet. They're going to go ahead and turn their attention over to Fun, finish him off, secure second place at the very least. But no, they can't even do that. Fun peeks out, and they will be able to secure that at the very least. And here comes the full send now from the Benchwarmers, trying to jump up, but Pringles have done the damage. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, bringing this down to a 2v2, but now it's all up to Phony. No armor left. Madness is basically full HP, fighting in the bubble. Benchwarmers will go ahead and secure this win in game number 4.
Wow, that was insane. Benchwarmers were in probably the worst position than the remaining last two squads there. And the way that they were able to play back up into circle, that was Team Pringles' game. They had the position advantage for the final circle. But the fact that the very end, they were able to get the first knock, rather Benchwarmers got the first knock, that was such a difficult position to be in because now you're out in the open. You had no rocks. That was off your left, and the Team Pringles, they just couldn't clutch it out. Benchwarmers coming out on top, looking fantastic. The last two games that we saw, they were getting a lot of KP, Jamerson. So after game number 4 being in the books, going in favor of Benchwarmers, we still have 2 more games now coming up soon to see which of these teams are going to come out on top for a pro night. Don't go anywhere. That's going to be on this side of the other break.
All right, so we got 2 teams left. We got one on the right, one on the left. Let's go for the team on the left. Go for the team on the left. I cracked the Bloodhound. One shot on the Gibby. One shot on the Gibby. Wraith crack. Wraith crack. Wraith crack. All right, we got this team on the right focusing us. I got this here. Got this here. Horizon's one shot. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products that you need. Hey, what's up? My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to Series E. Big win there for the Benchwarmers in Game 3, but I actually have CEO and founder of Esports Arena, Tyler Enders, here to talk about some bigger dubs for Esports Arena and for Series E. You had a tweet out earlier this morning with some big stats that I want to run through here
that we are now
a little bit. Yeah, right. It's all the money's gone. We gave it all away. But some very impressive stats here. We have, through Series E history, we're now in the heart of Season 3. We as a company have paid 81 players, a total of $186,000 in salary. We've put up $64,000 in prize pool, paid over $40,000 to casters. I assume my check is in the mail. We have paid.
Wait a minute, I didn't even think we included your.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we did actually.
That number may be higher. Yes.
Yeah.
Paid $149,000 to Apex professional organizations, and we have had 15 Series E pros signed to pro orgs. You can see all of those stats broken down on your screen in that big number at the bottom. Almost $441,000 put into the Apex community through Series E.
Yeah, I think when we first developed the concept of Series E, our concept was always going to be, all right, if we sign, so a lot of times we were with our Walmart facilities and all these brands, these Kellogg's brands, our Rockstar brand, Intel, Razer, etc., Nestle, they were all wanting to be a part of this esports initiative that Walmart was teaming up with us. And it kind of, I was in Bentonville, Arkansas when the idea came about. We were talking about it and saying, how can we incorporate all these brands who want to get involved with Esports Arena? And so we decided to, well, maybe they should own their own team, right? Like that's, esports teams are huge. They're successful and all that sort of stuff. And so they want to have like a little skin in the game. So we came up with the concept of, well, these brands could own the teams essentially and be the team names. And so obviously the brands don't own the team. It's not like Team Pringles is owned by the company Pringles.
Yeah,
like
the CEO is in Presley's ear every Tuesday and Wednesday, like, you guys better stop playing Edge.
That's not the case. But we wanted to spice it up a bit, obviously, with sponsorships and make it so that the brands were ultimately what you were, the audience, engaging with, right? So that was the concept that we had come up with. And, it's similar to like NASCAR, to where you have Tide, the M&M's car, Valvoline car, things like that, but it's always the driver is the one that's driving this for the brand themselves. And so our players are doing that just the same. And so that was the concept behind it all. But of course, we wanted to continue to give back, right? We've always been here supporting the community. I myself was a person who wanted to go pro in Halo 2, never really had the opportunity to do so. And so Series E is that opportunity, we feel, to where you as a player can be signed as a professional and compete and get paid. Because a lot of times if you want to grind, you can't grind without getting paid, right? You need to obviously survive, you need to last, you need to pay your rent, you need to pay your bills, etc. And so if you're going to grind hours on hours of a video game that you want to become a pro at, how can you do that without getting paid? And so it's a way that we can bring our sponsors, instead of just saying, hey, this is brought to you by Pringles, it's now Team Pringles. Pringles is now providing the opportunity for this player to become a professional. And it's happened, right? We've got Team Era, we got Team Ghost, we have Noble, all of which have signed players that have competed in Series E. I mean, oh, wow, there we go. And then Mercy Only. Played for the Pittsburgh Knights, right? So it's like Pittsburgh Knights, you got all these guys that like are understanding that, Series E is a great breeding ground to find the next best players, because you don't want to take a chance on how could you take a chance on someone you don't know if they're good? You're going to pay them money to see if they're that good. You can watch them play online, but how many players are playing Apex Legends online right now on Twitch? How do you know they're being like the best? How do you know they can be the best when they compete in tournaments, etc.? So obviously through ALGS and things like that, you can find out. But
and I think the cool thing is that the concept has proven itself in multiple facets, right? First of all, you look at those numbers, and that is less than a year. That Series E's been running, right? We're in the middle of Season 3, but this all started back in November?
It's all started back pretty much, November. And then we had like our first team signed, I'd say like, early Q1 of 2021. So it's been 8 months and we've had 15 players, or we're going to have 15 players because I think there's more players even being signed as we speak, but have all signed professional esports organization contracts. And, sure, we did receive a little bit of flack, I think, initially about the player salaries and the type of contracts that they were signing and how it was a little in favor of Esports Arena. Well, that's because obviously we're paying so many players and to represent such tier 1 brands. But what we've also been able to do is elevate your base salary per player. So now we're paying $750 a month. Well, okay, if I'm Era or if I'm Ghost, I have to pay at least more than $750 a month to these individual players to represent our brand.
Right.
And that's bringing the entire esports community of salary players up higher in Apex Legends specifically. And that's not necessarily, we're not trying to inflate the industry by any means. We're trying to make it so that there's a sustainable economy around esports, and not just esports, but specifically Apex Legends. And I don't want to say anything about what the success has been with Apex right now. A lot of it is because there was a lot of hackers in Call of Duty, and you had a lot of Call of Duty players shifting over to Apex and whatnot. But I think with sustainability and a lower level playing field like Esports Arena's created with Series E, we've now created a path for players to become pro and a solid ecosystem for players to invest in themselves and in the game, Apex Legends.
And I mean, it goes back to when you talk about you wanted to go pro in Halo 2 and you didn't have that opportunity, but you now have been able to provide this opportunity to so many players, right? You talk about 81 players have been paid salary through Series E, 15 of them have gone on to get signed.
And have represented tier 1 brands.
Yeah.
And that's hard to do, right? Because not only can you be representation of a brand that's just, I don't know, such and such esports company, right? That's like, they're all popping up all over the place, right? But it's Kellogg's, this is Pepsi, this is Intel, like this is legit brands that you need to be representing. So not only are you getting paid to do so, but you're getting paid to be a great brand ambassador. That makes a good professional esports player. That's someone that you want to invest in.
And that's awesome. Very cool. Tyler, thank you so much for joining me. Awesome to get this insight.
We'll do a lot more. We're investing a lot more into this. We're bringing in more titles, more games, and we're trying to sign more brands, you guys, to bring into Series E so we can keep paying more players like we just saw today. So
keep an eye out, guys. There's a lot of news coming on the horizon. That's going to do it for halftime. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, game number 4. It's been a fun run today.
Dude, just wait here. Last two teams are fighting. They're trading. Okay, let's queue up. Come on. I'm pushing in the bubble. There's 2 people here. One down. Other guy down. Last one's outside. Go for him. I'm going. He's cracked. He's one. Nice. Let's go, bro. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks or the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nomusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
All right, what a great spotlight coming out there with Tyler. I mean, nearly $500,000 in the last year contributed to the Apex Legends scene. And I know that, for a lot of these players, it definitely did help them stay in the game, be able to stay competing just in time for the Pro League happening in a few more months. So amazing things. And, just we're looking towards the future for more events in the future. But we got to talk about what happened just before the break. We had game number 4. Well, officially game number 4 of the evening, but it was de facto game number 3. We're only playing it out 5. And it was just basically, I mean, it felt like it was a real kind of replay of game number 3 because we had a very similar circle, but it was kind of like a reset. So now Nestle Splash, not having the greatest of games there in game number 4, are now in second place. Benchwarmers with that big win propelled themselves up into first place.
Yeah, basically very similar to what we were seeing in Game 3. It was like a hint of deja vu. But if you could take a look at the way that Benchwarmers are now sitting in that first place spot, I believe they have consistently gotten top 5 within the last 3 games that they've played. And now taking this past Game 4 is a huge deal for Benchwarmers. Not only securing that spot, but they've been playing so consistently that looking at Game 5, this is going to be a team that is looking to build that gap between themselves and Team Nestle Splash that is right behind them with 39 points.
So great to see. We have 3 of our partnered squads so far in the top 5. Team Intel in their 5th place with 24 points. So they are definitely within reach, especially with 2 games left to go. Let's check out the Mobile One high performance moment from game number 4. And this is the same story that we saw in game number 1. I mean, just before this, Fun kind of drew the attention away from Team Pringles. They had to deal with him, Madness and co. They used that as an opportunity. Pringles were never able to go for that full reset. So the HP advantage was, of course, in the favor of the Benchwarmers, who ended up taking the win there in the end.
That was just great positioning too on the Benchwarmers, utilizing that jump pad and then using the rocks for some cover. That was their only cover too in that case. So if they would have dropped, they also would have been in a bad position because they would have been pinned by Circle. But with that timing and the fact that Pringles just couldn't really fully recover there, Benchwarmers came out on top. They had so much KP themselves too, so they were able to get enough points to secure that first place spot at the moment.
You see here, like at the end of that fight, Madness basically had the HP difference between the two teams at the onset of this fight. That's how big that last remaining player, like Gentrifying, was able to do for Nestle Splash in game number 1. How much of an effect they can have, and so you need to deal with them. You need to be able to just get rid of them quickly. But they took way too much damage. Now it allows Benchwarmers to take that first place spot, but it's not a safe one. They only have a 1-point advantage right now up against Nestle Splash. We still have 2 games left to go, and we should be able to get into the lobby very shortly for game number 5 and see if Benchwarmers can continue to build up this momentum. Because like you talked about, Benchwarmers were doing well throughout the entire day. They were still keeping up pace, but they finally get a win under their belts. And now it's about trying to get a second win under the belt, just like just like Nestle did after the first 3 games.
Being able to get those first 2 wins in general, though, Jamerson, is huge because they put them in a pretty big advantage. But with Benchwarmers taking only this one single game because of their consistency, that's why they have as many points as they do right now. And that's why they're in first place. So I'm just expecting them to remain as consistent as they have been because they're going to be able to carry that momentum from this past win into game number 5.
Yeah, and here we go. Getting into game number 5, loading up onto World's Edge. We have 2 games left to go. And, the field is still wide open. Having to void out 1 game, making the day shorter, really does put on the pressure for the rest of the lobby. But it's still pretty close. Our top 2 teams right now, 40 and 39 points. That is well within reach for, honestly, anyone in the lobby, as long as they have 2 amazing games in a row on board with the Benchwarmers, who are here at Frag West right now. Gonna be some free loot, as it looks like G2 getting into a fight up against CLG. Surprised to see someone challenging G2 over there. They might be trying to go for quite possibly, okay, it was just a cheeky peek out from Gentrifying, I think. As he does back away, Designful himself has to heal up, but man, that's a nice little kill to pick up early on.
Yeah, that was some early KP, and now look at this positioning from Gentrifying. Just being able to get some of that extra loot that they could find. Being able to get that swap over to the R301 too. Doesn't look like they have a beacon in that building, but taking a look at Designful, maybe just trying to find an angle to see if anybody else from the squad is going to rotate in this direction. You can see actually the silhouette beyond the hill.
Yeah, so CLG were just playing down here over by tree and might have been going for a cheeky loot stealing pathing, as Team Intel are fighting up against 303 right now. Verholst got the knock and the kill on to Sleepy Panda as well. Yeah, it's everyone going for these cheeky challenges. Verholst went to the northern side and challenged over by Geyser. And so 303, they should get a free reset. So this is just a free point for them. They'll be able to get the fast res, but that does slow them down. Last time around that they got slowed down, they met up against TSM, who rotated through. I don't know if that's going to happen in this ring, as it looks like it is going to be a pretty hard pull to the north side. We haven't been able to take a look at the map. We'll do that in just a moment.
Yeah, as we just get set up here, looking at Team Intel just looting up. They do have a purple and blue already, but Massive looking a little hungry here for some attachments. It's going to be Team Knights now that do look pretty looted up with their blue Evil Shields already, and there is a fight happening to their right, so it's looking like maybe Team Knights are going to look to third party here.
It's the 50-50 right now, as you can see, poking and prodding. Asura doesn't want to use his, or want to call for that bubble. They're just going to go ahead and back off of this one and move their way over towards tree. Right, they didn't try and actually push for the res. That had to have come out, but right now they've got a 2-man right behind them. Bronzy getting cracked throughout all of that, using that Phoenix kit early on. Scan out, as Gilderson's just holds the angle for him. There's no real pressure as that two-man will just go ahead and back off. Looks like Gentrifying does finish off Scurry, so CLG were just never able to recover him as we have a lot of fighting taking place. Razor now making their push on to Team Rockstar, chasing after on the low, but it's not going to be an overcommittal. They have to be worried about the rotations coming out from the Skyhook side, and there it is, the thirst on to McGravy.
And Gentrifying actually going down too off camera. This is gonna be insane because there's so many individual fights happening around the map, and there's still 20 squads left despite these individual players going down. See Team Razor just trying to still go in for these pokes with the G7. Having a 2x does allow Extra Tricky to actually get in some of those pokes. He's just using the crafting materials to heal up safely. Some makeshift cover. It's gonna be C9 though that find the crack and a knock. With one clip, does have that purple clip, so that's still gonna be a lot of damage coming out. They want to get in for that finish, but they know that there could potentially be somebody else in there, and it is only one other individual, and they lost their shield. They're gonna take the roof too, but they're gonna be able to retreat back towards the building, but not before they finish off their kill on Phony.
And real quick, just a misspoke. It was Renegades, not CLG, that G2 were getting punishing. They did finish them off, so we are now down to 18 squads. Benchwarmers here, though, they had that fast rotation coming out from Frag West, as it looks like the ring is pulling hard up here towards Survey Camp. With Benchwarmers taking this position here, and you have to feel pretty confident that it's going to end here at Survey Camp. We haven't taken a look at the map quite yet, so we don't know exactly where that pull is. Maybe this one goes up northern towards the train tracks, towards that respawn beacon. Nox getting some great damage off right now with the R301, but Madness has to be careful. Nox doesn't even throw him down the bubble, as he does actually safely make it in, so it was slightly scary, but he trusted himself to be able to avoid a lot of that damage. I like that as well. They're going to hand over that gold bag so he can just pop the syringe to get back out quicker.
Smart moves here, just making sure that they can preserve as much time as possible before diving right back into the fight. Also to note, Nox, his R301 shots absolutely beaming. Great surprise fire on Nox, and so that way Madness could also back off. So another squad potentially moving in, actually, right behind them, and they don't want to get sandwiched, so Benchwarmers may actually have to call this fight, but it's a White Evil Shield. That's a perfect opportunity. They just presented themselves as KP points for Benchwarmers on a silver platter. They're definitely going to take that, and even though there's a Caustic on the opposing team, that's at least going to allow the team to stabilize ever so slightly, but they still have White Evos. They just have to back off here. It's luckily that they have that Caustic, so that way they can secure that building.
Yeah, there's really no pushing this one right now. Noct has to have the perfect bubble for this entry, but you can see the barrels have been already set up and pre-fired right now. Benchwarmers don't want to overcommit onto this one, so they're just going to go ahead and back away. They have to be worried about all the possible rotations, especially in this situation. You can see that Skyhook Tunnel is still available for teams to play off of and come in for the third party. They haven't been able to scan over there. They know that there are multiple other teams here in Survey Camp, so for right now, they're just going to go back to playing the neutral, just holding down their position. Things should be slowing down as Ring 1 is still closing, by the way. So we're still early on in this game. I like this move, though, to get out. I want to see them actually try to control the high ground that's just behind Madness, play off the rocks at the very least. He's going to be able to bring back that purple armor for his squad. As you can see, as we join on board with Charlotte Phoenix, they're stuck inside Frag West right now with another team above them.
And this is a tricky position because it's not like this squad here has a Caustic, but they do have a jump pad to reposition if necessary. With this squad holding that roof where the zip line's currently at, they also have vision over any squads that want to try to push them by the other side of the rope. So as they take a look at the zip line and you take a look at CLT, they're kind of in a tough position where there's also another squad behind them. They don't want to get sandwiched themselves, and they do have the bombardment in case they need to force them off the roof.
But CLT, they've got to have some flashbacks to what happened to them. I believe, what was it?
Yeah.
Game number 1, game number 2, trying to exit out of Frag. It's going to be an absolute hellhole for the teams that are involved in it. And surprisingly enough, we have so many teams over here at Skyhook. Liquid, like I said, they late rotate out of Skyhook because they do take trials now. So this Lurk, they might be able to come in for a third party. Closing the distance now is Nocturnal as they are starting to make their way on up. He does have the port available for his squad. The team has an entire building in between them and Liquid for now. So the opportunity has been missed, but Nocturnal is just going to shadow them and see if there's an opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, Applejacks, Blueberry getting some free damage off with that R301, but only some poke damage over here at No Name as they are getting gate kept right now. They're going to look for another way to rotate through, but they have all of Frag ahead of them, and that's a dangerous proposition. That team has turned around as well. And that Valkyrie redeploy could help them just to completely bypass a lot of fragment. So this is going to be nice for them. It should be a relatively safe rotate.
They need to probably use this Valkyrie ult, because having double white Evo shields already this far into the game where you still have those 18 squads left, but a lot of the fighting has been done from long range, so you have to assume a lot of these squads already have blue Evo shield at this point. Blueberry and Cub definitely need all the help that they could get, whether it be positioning or even getting in this extra poke damage, already forcing out the Gibby bubble too, just so that way Cub could retreat. Losing his Evo shield, that's also some intel for that opposing squad to note that both Blueberry and Cub do have those white Evos.
Yeah. Be surprised if they chase after Applejacks at this point, though. It is pretty far distance, but no one's actually keeping an eye on it right now. On board with Pop-Tarts, they're one of the squads that have found an early position here inside Survey Camp. And taking a better look at the ring, it does seem like, yeah, it's just going to be a Survey Camp ending, not going all the way up north towards that respawn beacon. So that's why everyone is camping out right now, especially all the Caustic squads, all the barrels set up. I mean, all these buildings basically the same construction, so it's gonna be the same holding pattern for all of them. And we have a better idea. This one's actually pulling away from Survey Camp. It's gonna go into that clearing between Epicenter and the train platform. We're gonna have a 3-team scramble though very shortly. As you can see, Rockstar, they're down to just a duo. McGravy got thirsted earlier on. We saw that. Looks like Liquid are shadowing behind them as well, coming through. Aves is trying to keep this angle cleared for now, as Team Razor is involved in this as well.
There was just absolute chaos happening by Survey. There's so many squads up north there, and then there's another fight happening just to the left of Team Razor. It's going to be actually Rockstar that are the ones fighting. So I don't think they note that Team Razor, they're right behind them. They're on these train tracks too, and instead of trying to overextend, McGravy not being in this fight leaves things up to this duo to actually hold down against this trio that's already here. As they back off, though, they're not going to try to overextend. Instead, they do have the jump tower that they could retreat to if necessary, but it is in circle, so they have to decide now whether they're going to take it.
Yeah, it's just ring number 1, so they're not taking too much damage, but this blind rotate is going to be scary. Aves and Kimchi Lee, they both have the movement at the very least upon landing to avoid a lot of this, but right now, blind rotate in. And it does seem like there is a squad there. Kimchi Lee is going to take a pit stop on the side of the mountain, playing his best Hawkeye impression, but now it looks like this might be Hawkeye from the first Avengers movie. He's going to be sent to the dark side very shortly. C9 are on the hunt for them. Albralele with the wingy out. They don't get the knocks quite yet, but they got the crack at the very least. Albralele wants to get these early KP, as it is Zach Mazur's barrels all set up here. And oh boy, there's their first knock. Kimchi Lee going down. Razor inside. We're able to finally get them.
They heard the action going down right out here, so they were able to rotate right back around. C9 doesn't want to overextend, because now another squad has actually taken their previous position. They don't want to find themselves getting sandwiched. They are safe in circle in this side area, and they do have sides over both sides. So with Zach Mazur also being on this Caustic, he can help set up in this little corner, and they can help stave off of the damage that this other squad wants to try to put on here.
Single tapping with the flatline. We don't have the Anvil receivers anymore, but it's still really good at range and up close right now. Zach Mazur just 94 damage off from getting that Evo as well. But they have locked down this position. The hard pull down. They realize that they're going to have to make a move very shortly here. Albralele should have a port for them just in case. Have they scouted out a position outside of Survey for this? I don't see any pings for them. And I think their bigger worry is, yeah, it's going to be Razor. But Razor back off of this one because they are not in ring as well. Aves does get finished off. And so now that does bring us down to 17 teams remaining. A lot of teams here on the northern side, surprisingly enough. 303 trying to make a full push onto the squad. Here comes the black hole along with the nade spam as Kavlon gets tagged by that defensive bombardment or something here. Pushing out. Is he going to be able to get anyone? No. Phony takes him out. Albralele helps out on the other side, though, bringing this down to a 2v2. But now Pringles, they ultimately will be able to get the kill and the thirst onto Albralele, but Cloud9 are here to clean them up. they'll have the opportunity to go for the respawn as well if they make it back in time. Do Razor spot this out? You can see Naughty is wary of that third party from Razor. Mobile respawn beacon coming down right on top of them.
And they had been able to back off just in time there, too. You see the down, though, and the other squad right behind the other side of the rock, so that way they can keep the rest of C9 in their line of sight to decide to lead through that train car. Gildersons does survive. I got a little scared there because of the Caustic trap, but does manage to live, especially after the buffs that we had seen from Caustic. But Knights, they don't have Asura here, so it's just a two-man squad. They don't have a beacon nearby either, so unless they do find a mobile respawn in one of these crates, then it could actually spell disaster here if you're the Knights, because they are stuck on that low ground, but at least they are in circle.
Yeah, they've got the beacon, and right now there should be some respawns, quite possibly still over at Fragment. I don't know how much of it is in right now. The other possibility is to make it all the way across the map towards the train tracks to the northwest. I think that one should still be available. It's TSM, though, that's holding on to this high ground here. Typically, for these rings, that's what they like to do. Coming out from Frag East, they just hold this high ground off of Epi, farm kills, farm their Evo shields, and that has been their MO, not being able to get into involved in too many fights. Now, if they did have a port here with the Wraith, I feel like they would have full sent it onto this team right underneath, but they can't quite do it with the jump pad. So right now it's just going to be about playing gatekeeper up against all the squads that are still here in Fragment. I mean, the third ring is closing right now. We still have 15 squads. They have to know that there are plenty of teams still stuck in Fragment.
But so many of these squads have just been split apart too. A lot of these squads playing as a duo, saying that there is 41 players left here with those 15 squads. See another squad flying in, and TSM holding this high ground position. That's what you're talking about, holding every angle just to farm this Evo shield. Manages to get the red up. It's going to be Howl, and they also know that they're flashed. They were getting shot at by another squad, and there's going to be some free KP from TSM if they want to actually full send it. But it looks like with their weapon choice, with the charge rifle and their positioning, they still want to hold this high ground. They don't want to give this to another squad.
They know that they can farm up a lot more playing here on the south side right now. You can see the pings are there. Hal, I think, accidentally dropped down there. The Pop-Tarts, gotta be careful, as they are taking a lot of damage, as want to find their way on in. The bubble's already gone down. Dank has actually fallen. Imperial Hal is in here by himself. I hope the rest of TSM backs him up, because there are so many teams actually involved in this fight. So this is becoming very scary. Maybe he just did it at range. But it does look like they're going to have to give up on Dank. He's on the other side of this tower. And yeah, you can see TSM, they're not going to full commit onto this one. Hal just secures that thirst onto Dank. And so now Pop-Tarts losing out on their Caustic for this late game. Cloud9, they were able to recover Albralele getting back into this game. And you can see why. He is such a strong competitor. Right back in, right back fragging. He's the kill leader in the lobby with 4 kills. They make their way into Survey Camp. We're going to have a very similar circle to what we had in game number 1, pulling back on over towards the train tracks once again. We'll see if Cloud9 can, if Cloud9 can redeem themselves in this game.
Yeah, they're really looking great so far. Albralele getting back in, being able to get those weapons back up to date. The Flatline having the purple mag and the 2 times. They did note that there was a Valkyrie squad that had already ejected themselves into circle, and it looks like there's 2 squads already holding that high ground position. So if C9 want to play for circle, this is definitely the time to do so, because there's already 2 squads that could potentially circle keep them if they wait too long.
Here's the remaining members of Pop-Tarts getting finished off. Imperial Hal was actually able to sneak one of those away. So TSM doing a great job of playing very opportunistically, picking up free kills from range. Port out now from Gildersons, but Bronzy goes down before anything can happen. Hal, there's just been a one-man army here on the south side, controlling that for now. But you can see now TSM are redirecting their efforts to all the teams that are coming out from Fragment. They've got the high ground position to pick up even more kills. Hal's got 4 to his name, and it's just been opportunities that he's made for himself throughout all of this. Reps getting the knock on to Fun. Now Team Look to find themselves in a really bad spot here. Madness, though, on board with Applejacks now, as we have a lot of teams just going down here. We're down to 6 squads during this scramble, and Applejacks are now down to just Blueberry Smalls as Era pick up that knock onto Osa Rated R. TSM, though, now going to start playing for the position. They've got a bubble fight to their north. It's a full 3-man. Reps is taking so much damage. He's the first one to fall. The bench warmers now making the push onto them. They You answer back, knock to go down as a 1-for-1. It's all up to Snipe down left in a 1v2. He goes for the push. Now it's a 1v1 actually, finishing off Madness. Snipe down clutches up. He should be able to get the res safely onto the rest of his squad mates.
Great positioning there too, and the way that Imperial Hall actually was able to focus right back towards his squad, use that jump pad to get back into the action. Nestle Splash getting that down. Look at the position that they're holding with the caustic trap too. It's a little cheeky here, and they're pretty comfortable because they were been able to have Mamba pop off on this caustic pick. They basically have Pride Rock right now, and they're utilizing that billboard off to their left as a way for them to use these traps to prevent any other players from climbing back up to contest them.
Will this be a third game win for them? Seeing Benchwarmers going down means, of course, now they will have the opportunity to take back first place, but we still had a lot of teams in the running. They were not that far out in the lead after those first 3 games. We have a res coming down, but I don't know if Splash can do anything about it as that player comes down, missing out on that shot. And it does look like he did make it down to the ground safely. Blueberry Smalls did get finished off from Applejack, so now we are down to the top 4 squads remaining. Nice little thermite going in there, cracking Jibby, and he's going to be forced to heal up. But here's Liquid making the push onto Era. That was the squad that went for that res, even swapping off some meds real quickly. Going to secure this thirst onto Stunny. So now Era are playing this one out as a duo. Liquid looking to control this entire platform now. They've got the caustic themselves as they lead forward with those barrels. And they're just going to dodge these micro missiles from the Valkyrie up there. But now they need to make this push onto this car, and they need to do it safely.
Look at this mobility too that we're seeing them. They're actually just trying to corner check this team right here. They also were able to land that thermite. You see that tick damage coming up, and that was just enough to charge up that Evo shield to red.
Bowser inside right now as they're just going to go ahead and call it, give it up for Team Liquid. They're going to take their chances elsewhere, but mid-air once again. Nocturnal finds that kill as TSM still playing here on the eastern edge, making their way on in. They're going to have to contend with that caustic squad. Rust on the other side, Nocturnal narrowly falling, but he's got the gold armor. He's going to be fine. I'll be able to pick up this last kill onto Tech and go for that reset. But TSM might have just went around and gone onto the platform themselves. So in their pursuit of these kills onto 303, Liquid have given away this position. No, TSM haven't gone for it. They've actually committed onto Nestle Splash. They take him out. Now it's the final 3v3. TSM versus Team Liquid.
TSM knew that was the place to be, and now they're the ones on Pride Rock. They also are able to get out these scans. Noting here, Nocturnal wasting no time, actually used the jump pad to get on top of the rock and has swapped positions. Nocturnal having this high ground position while the rest of Team Liquid are splitting some of that attention from the rest of TSM. Utilizing that EVA 8 and the shotgun bolt. It's not going to be a purple one, it's a blue one, and he gets taken out. Jefferson TSM now, it's going to be a 2v3 situation. We still see some knocks coming in from TSM. How it goes down, it is up to reps. They can't ignore Nocturnal on the high ground. He stayed there the entire time too with the L-Star. That was such a good way to split some of that focus fire.
Nocturnal, understanding. I mean, this has been such a classic circle when it comes to this train platform ending, and we see why it's so important to be able to control that rock. TSM took it away from Nestle, but weren't able to utilize it to full effect like Nocturnal did there. Great games all around. That should help Team Liquid propel themselves up into the leaderboard as we get into the final game of the evening. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 6 right after this.
Guys, there's a team height and a team low ground. They're going to have to drop on each other. The team height's going to have to drop on the guys below. You have to wait for them. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. All right, the trade. Push. Get up. I'm bubbling forward. Last squad. One down. Shoot the other two. They're below. Let's go. Nice. Good job, guys. Good job. If you're ever looking for snacks or new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products you need. My name is Lightstar Joe, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
is coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance to have a soul. Going for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Team Liquid with a big victory there over TSM in the late game, and they grabbed the win in game number 4, and they won last week. They're looking to do it here again. Not sure where that puts them in our leaderboard, but we will check that one out in a few minutes. Benchwarmers had jumped up above Team Splash, who had a fantastic start to the day, but Splash did get into the late game there. You saw them battling on the high ground against TSM, and while they weren't able to get a top 2 finish, still able to rack up some points. So we'll have to see how that shakes up the Mobile One leaderboard in a few minutes. But let's check out our player of the game for game number 4, and it's going to go to Nocturnal. 6 kills and an assist, as well as 1,700 damage. Great game there from Nocturnal. Great game from Team Liquid, and that's some big points at the very least, securing 19 points in that game. So that's going to be a significant chunk out of Benchwarmers' lead. And it seemed like Team Liquid was fairly quiet throughout the beginning part of the day. Excuse me, they did get into one late game earlier. We saw Pringles taking out Fun before they got pushed themselves, so they were able to at least get some placement points earlier. So again, not sure how that shakes up the leaderboard, but it does set us up for what will be a very interesting race to the finish with just one more game on the day. If you missed the part where Jamerson talked about it, we do shorten the time here with the server issues we were dealing with earlier. So game 5 coming up next will be the last one of the day, and that means these squads running short on time to grab a spot in the top 2, grab a chunk of that $500. So we'll have to see how things shake out. Do want to let you guys know if you want to grab some Esports Arena swag. Maybe you want to rock a jersey like I am here today. Grab yourself a t-shirt or maybe a brand new pair of joggers. Head over to shop.esportsarena.com today to get all that you need. And if you use code RKT15 at checkout, you can get 15% off your order the rest of this week. So make sure to take advantage of that. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, the final day of Rice Krispies Treats Week concludes with Game 5.
How long have I been playing Apex Legends? I've been playing Apex Legends on and off since Season 1, right around release, but I started taking the game seriously around Season 5. And what got me hooked onto the game was 100% the movement and the gunplay that the game had to offer. On my team, I'm the IGL during our fights. I make sure that our team stays coordinated together so that we can win our fights as easy as possible. Right now, I'm playing the legend known as Horizon in Apex Legends, and my favorite gun combo to use is definitely the Flatline and the EVA 8 Auto. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks or the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys. Just before the break, we had Team Liquid taking the win in game number 5, I guess, of the evening. So let's see if they've did enough to actually propel themselves up the leaderboard heading into the final game of the evening. Checking in with the Mobile One leaderboard, we knew that there was only a 1-point difference between the Benchwarmers and Nestle Splash. Now it's a 2-point difference, but Team Liquid and TSM now are definitely in the running. So it's going to be a mad scramble for the finish here, even down to Team Pringles. We're only 13 points below Benchwarmers. Hell, you can even throw Cloud9 in there. We know that squad can pop off, so do not count them out yet either.
What an insane last game finish this is going to be, Jamerson. Looking at these top 6 squads, absolutely right here. Any of these squads could actually take it over the other, but Cloud9 being at those 32 points, maybe trying to secure themselves up above Team Pringles. Depends on how Team Pringles is going to do. It's all about that positioning that we've seen Team Pringles really excel in, but Benchwarmers still holding down that first place spot. They have been able to maintain such a consistent top 5 performance throughout the night. Also securing a lot of KP while they're at it. So holding on to those 49 points, Team Nestle Splash have been doing having a fantastic night rather, starting from the first 2 games where they took the entire thing, but they haven't been able to be as consistent as Benchwarmers have been. And that's been the biggest problem for Team Nestle Splash. But at the very end, this could be a team that could take it from right underneath Benchwarmers if they're not careful.
Yeah, and also the other victory for them, when we take a look at the cumulative leaderboard later on, we're going to take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment. First, though, Splash have been cutting in that gap up against Team Pop-Tarts, who are the ones on the bubble. But here it is, TSM. And we're able to go for that full send onto Nestle Splash, getting rid of them. But Nocturnal with this position up top on the rocks, free firing with the L-Star this entire time. It's been so free for him. Just that damage alone forced out the bubble earlier from TSM. They got to play around the gas as well, just cutting them apart. Nocturnal not even taking the opportunity to go for the heals there. You can see just so much damage with that L-Star. Beautiful positioning out from Noct to secure that. And with this win, these plays really put Liquid in the opportunity now to be able to get a second win just after last week.
Yeah, they've been looking great. That's what they wanted to secure. They were a little quiet at the start of tonight, but this is a great win for them. Specifically want to highlight the way that Nocturnal looks here. Being able to take control over this high ground position meant everything here for Team Liquid. I was honestly looking at TSM where they were the ones that took control over Pride Rock, but when they dropped down, that was the cue for Nocturnal to actually utilize that Octane jump pad that was in front of them to the previous fight and then take that position. And you have TSM, they can't just split their attention in 3 different ways when you have Nocturnal taking a hard left. So it's so difficult to deal with here. You can even take a look at the combined cumulative leaderboards here presented by Mobile One. Intel at 609 points. They're slowly pulling away from Team Pringles, who wanted to close in that gap. But Team Pringles, we were talking about them earlier. They've been struggling a little bit when it comes to these pro nights. They're trying to tear their way through bracket. They've been doing a really good job looking at their performance in the open just of yesterday. But Team Pop-Tarts have been able to get that extra credit from last night. But with everything going down today, Jamerson, Team Nestle Splash are right behind them. Taking a look at the fact that they only basically need 30 points to get into that 4th place spot, which the top 4 teams here qualify automatically into Season 4. So these teams want to make sure that they can get as many points as possible.
Yeah, Splash have essentially cut down on basically all the points that Pop-Tarts were able to put up last night. And we still have one more game. They've been very active all night long, Nestle Splash have. And so I can definitely see them maybe even propelling themselves, with a good game. Very close to within maybe 5 points of Pop-Tarts by the end of the evening. And so that's going to give Pop-Tarts some worry with the final 5 weeks of Series E after this. It's time is starting to run out. You need to start performing here. Nestle Splash definitely rising to the occasion. Rockstar, we're seeing some glimmers of hope for them as well. Team Cheez-It, I think, has been one of the teams that have been struggling extremely hard just because every night it seems like they're having difficulty holding down their landing spot throughout the nights, whether it be open night or pro night. Game number 1, they have to kind of figure out their game plan on the fly. It does seem like we are loading into the final game of the evening. We have 4 teams extremely close together on the leaderboard. We can even go down to the top 6, though, that are in the running to try and get the victory. Here we go, heading into game number 6, the final game of the evening. Let's join on board with Team Liquid as they take trials.
Team Liquid, they were quiet at the start of the night, but then they came in swinging from that last game, as they are going to land where they've been comfortable here. Like you said, Jamerson, trials have really provided them that slow rotation, and it really came through at the very end. You can also see some of these squads actually landing north, on the north side of where the circle could potentially be. It's that new area too, Climatizer, being a little tricky for a lot of these rotations, especially when you have teams like TSM controlling Epicenter by that high ground.
Yeah, so Nock going for his typical path right here, as he's going to take trials by himself. I still think it should be Flanker, but I think just having that extra defensive Q option for Nocturnal, I guess, works out as well. But he has worked out his system, taking no damage really coming out from trials now. And they don't have to worry. And game number 1 was probably the scariest game, where we had about 4 teams in Skyhook proper, but nothing happened there. And so, again, teams well respecting Team Liquid around these parts. And so they're going to have some free looting already, the blue armor coming out. And now we've got a good look at this ring. Hard pull over towards Countdown. But this one's a bit more difficult to call. There's an opportunity. This goes over to Lava Fissure. And hell, sometimes they might even pull out just to the east of Countdown. But for the most part, you're going to want to hold down a position here in Countdown. You're going to see, of course, Razor with Tech, I believe. I'm pretty sure he's still running that crypto. They're going to be in a decent spot to control the buildings there. But here's Nestle Splash. They are our second place team in the lobby right now, 2 points below the bench warmers here. They're happy to see a ring like this, especially with this composition.
Yeah, I actually saw that there was a bit of a skirmish in Geyser for that beacon. Dupe actually having to back off, so taking control over these beacons is definitely key here for a lot of these rotations. And Mamba being on the Cossack has proven super successful taking a look at Team Nestle Splash's composition. So they've been pretty comfortable with the Valkyrie too to reposition for those end circles. And they have a good amount of loot that they could work with before having to worry about Team Liquid that's over on the other side of Skyhook.
Just struggling a little bit, though, on the armor department right now. And being center circle with this kind of armor, not the greatest. But, hey, you got turbochargers, so we'll see if he does swap off onto the Volt. Maybe if he finds himself a Devo. It's going to be the Havoc Rifle, actually. As Rockstar find themselves in a fight right now. And, oh, boy, Team Razor right on top of them. That's going to be the quick kill out from Razor, finishing them off as they do take him out. And so that's going to be Lava Fissure basically held down for Team Razor. They don't have to really move. They don't have the Recon Legend, so they don't know exactly where this one pulls, but they should be okay just playing neutral for now.
We caught the end of that fight, but it's looking like another squad actually is shooting at them from a distance with a longbow, so they do have to be careful here while they do charge up right back to their Evo shields. They don't want to drop that blue. Currently see Tricky actually keeping that purple that he just picked up from the box. Looking like it's a few squad here actually too. Maybe a Valkyrie actually, who as they do manage to approach them, they're going to back off in the situation, but they have to get out of that line of sight of the longbow or else it's going to spell Zoom and it's going to force out that dome early.
Yeah, it might have been fun just trying to poke away with that fuse. He should be within range to really arm cannon the knuckle clusters in, but there's a squad to their south right now that they want to go for the push on, but their Wraith has taken a lot of damage, has to go for a pit stop behind this cover, and now Zera Tricky, he's gonna probably have to bubble for them to make this advance. No, this team is actually giving up ground for free, maybe trying to run away, and right now Zera Tricky is on the hunt. They're inside the building, but you do not want to allow Team Razor to get up for free. This is so surprising.
Yeah, it's actually interesting here that they weren't going to keep trying to give some suppress fire here. They do have the Cossack set up, and they're already able to pull out the barrels. Clinical getting set up here, forcing out the Valkyrie to drift back to the very end of the building. Doesn't want to get called off by themselves. They could use that door, but they have to be wary because they know that that could be another access point for this team if they want to get aggressive.
if Razor count the barrels, they know that they're super close. Excuse me, I was gonna say rescue. No, that was a kidnap attempt. From the other side, not quite successful. It was super close. But I think that their time might be done. They're taking way too long in this fight. You have to imagine that a lot of teams are coming in now from the south side. Ring did start closing about 30 seconds ago, and so they cannot hard commit onto this. And if they do, they need to take it without any losses, and there you go, you see it. It's being called, just get the hell out of here. You cannot take this fight any longer.
Yeah, they've been fighting for way too long, and they're basically on open ground for another team, the third party. Speaking of third party, though, Cheez-It, they're finding themselves in a bit of a pickle. They do have some great Evil Shields charged up, but they're forced to stay in this bunker. Here comes the third party, fighting for way too long. Now their backs are against the wall, because they know if they have to leave this area, they're just on, it's open season, that's it. Basically throwing themselves into the line of fire. There's nowhere that Team Cheez-Its could go. The unfortunate fate of some bad timing and long fights could do that to you. Team Knight now, they were very happy with the fact that they were able to get those 2 picks, and now it's going to be Team Razor that sent it forward inside of this building, ignored the caustic traps, and were able to get aggressive, and now they've taken control over this building.
Yeah, it looks like they were actually able to just clear the barrels. We only saw really one popped off that entire time, so Razor on their second attempt are able to pick this one up. So at least 5 kill points to their name right now for Team Razor. Here's Liquid, though, still lurking around over at Skyhook. Port has been used by Nocturnal. They're trying to cut off this team that was trying to rotate into the tunnels, or maybe out of the tunnels. But it seems like nothing really coming of it. Fun did use that Ring of Fire, but they're not going to find anything. It is Team Intel taking a fight up against Applejacks on the rotation from the south side of the zone right now, and I think Applejacks will get finished off. Pittsburgh Knights find themselves in a fight over here, though. A second one was the other squad that was involved. It was going to be Charlotte Phoenix losing out on Greek as Bronzy is on the hunt for this other member. Nice shots out with that Rampage to take out Stink, and now Kodagami is the only player here. Team Intel have shown up for the third party. You're going to be surprised, though, to see that the Pittsburgh Knights are quite healthy. Q out just to be safe. From the other side, the Pittsburgh Knights, they only pick up the 2 kill points here, but they're still happy with that, surviving the third-party attempt out from Team Intel.
Especially since they were forced to reposition originally. That was the squad that was on the train tracks originally, so they had been able to go all the way around to take control over this high ground that you currently see Team Intel now taking over with these caustic traps. So with all these boxes too, it's just an actual graveyard here on this side of the map before they're forced to rotate out of circle, right back into circle rather. And hopefully they don't get circle kept, because there was a lot of chaos that was happening here and a lot of noise that was being unleashed.
Yeah. This is probably one of the fastest games we've had tonight so far. Already down to 15 squads and 43 players. So Intel are just running through the first ring. They're not under too much pressure as Razor are trying to lock down Lava Fissure. They've already taken out 2 squads, and now they've got their eyes set on a third. Seer ultimate has gone down as Hakulo is preparing himself for this jump, just keeping an eye on his back just in case. Go ahead and use that jump pad to reconnect with his squad. Felt a little bit vulnerable there. Port has been set up as well if they need to back away from this one. Length of the Seer ultimate, it should be running out in the next 10 seconds or so. So now Hakulo setting up for the flank as off angle here on the left-hand side. Gibraltar's up top, and looks like they're just going to go ahead and call it. Bubble has been used by Zera Tricky as he almost got cracked there. So I'm going to go ahead and back off of this one. Another fight fizzling for them, but this is still an excellent display of great decision-making coming out from Team Razor.
Well, it looked like I saw a bullet fly through. This looks like another squad's right behind them, and they're actually flying in using the geyser. They took 1 shot before sending it in and repositioning to get a lot more aggressive on Team Razor, but now they're the ones on the low ground, and because they revealed their plan, Team Razor, they are going to be wary of their backs. They know that they're right below them, and if they're not careful here and they see that they get it down, that's going to be the other squad that's going to third party from behind them.
Looks like the third player was finally able to reconnect with that squad. Challenging, though, is that Octane. Mr. Hakulo gets cracked. Zera Tricky should throw down that bubble just in case. See the off angle being set up to cover that. It's G2 that flew in. Designful's cracked. Resulta's cracked. They're trying to buy time to heal up, and now defensive bombardment has gone down from either side. Bubble has been used as well. Designful. There's a player that's isolated out on his own. Turns around into the face of Mr. Hakulo. He will fall. It's now down to a 2v3, but Resulta gives up no fight whatsoever. It's only Gentrifying that answers back, taking down Zera Tricky throughout all of that. Now, it's just all up to Gentrifying here, as he's going to be left to rat this one out for G2.
That was so unfortunate too. You saw the Rizzletul actually bumping his head right on top of the train tracks there after taking the jump pad. The goal was to get high ground positioning, but they were still coming from that low ground, high ground side. So the other squad already knew, they were prepared, and now Gentrifying is trying their best to avoid the other squad who is trying to take control with the longbow. Now forcing Gentrifying to hang out inside this room. But for how long before the other squad tries to get that early KP onto them?
All right, let's not count them out. Remember, that first game of the evening, Gentrifying was able to secure top 3, even snuck in a KP throughout all of that. But this is going to be a much harder case because we still have 15 teams alive. So he's got his work cut out for him. Maybe there's an opportunity to recover that banner, but I don't think Team Razor is going to give him the chance. Spots one out, and now he has to book it here. He's just poking away at that Hornet's Nest. And it does seem like he will be safe for now. 20 seconds, so there's a small opportunity maybe to be able to get this if he ports, but he runs into another team, so that opportunity is just absolutely gone for him. So he will be left to rat this one out for the rest of the game.
It's unfortunate because where does Gentrifying go at this point as a rat? You do know where 3 other squads are currently located above you on the high ground, but you have to assume here with 15 squads left that there's a whole other fight happening in Landslide, and they're slowly going to rotate towards Gentrifying's position.
I love how he just still plays list, like, you know, just so brazen, like he is a 3-man. Yeah, no fear whatsoever, but that's just what you have to do to not get absolutely bullied by every squad. You just kind of have to hold your ground, but you can't do that there. Now, he's been cracked, his Q has been forced out. Team Razor poking their head out, but you can see the discipline coming out from Team Razor. They've been able to string together a pretty decent game so far. They have about 8 KP, I believe, between the 3 of them. And so they don't want to throw away a good game right here, as it does seem like Intel were able to spot out Gree. Charlotte Phoenix might have been able to get some reses or some respawns.
That's interesting right there. Just making sure to reset the 2x4. That can be tricky sometimes if you want to aim down your sights in a more close range fight. Just in case here. Hakulo just trying to get into position. But they do know that there is another squad that was poking at the rat from afar, so that's gonna be able to locate where they were shooting from. And here comes another squad flying in, though. Now they're the ones that were able to take Geyser, get right back into this fight. It's gonna be Knights. Being able to take control over the railroad here is important because they do know that there is a squad off to the right, but as long as they don't put themselves in a sandwiching position, it's this squad right here, forced out. Team Razor with their dome already is gonna be basically a green light for a lot of the other squads to know that they're being pressured.
Yeah, Razor should set themselves up some armor swaps, pull these armors out of the death boxes. I'm surprised they haven't done it already for themselves, but it does look like the Knights will just go ahead and run past. Intel going for a cheeky rotate into Lava Fissure as well. They got spotted out by Nestle throughout all of this, but now Zero Tricky going to go ahead and have his hand at poking away at Team Intel. They're going to be safe, though, inside that circle building as they do rotate in. You can see the hard hole into Countdown now. Team Razor are fine with this, though. They have plenty of rotation options. They have, of course, the jump pad along with the Wraith portal, so plenty of options for themselves. It's all about clearing out the south side. We have even TSM rotating in here, so maybe Razor spot them out and try to take them out of the game. We do have the Horizon Ultimate being thrown down here as the Countdown squads are looking to gatekeep TSM right now.
And TSM kind of putting themselves in a difficult situation here, too, because we do know that there were 2 squads off to the other side, closer to Countdown and Lava Fissure. But then the fact that TSM wants to rotate here, they need to make the move now because the circle is closing, and they are going to be on the low ground next to Countdown if they do rotate and opt for that position. Team Liquid now, they're bringing this fight. It's going to be the caustic gas traps that have already been set up, but these grenades are going to do a really good job at pressuring them rather from out of that rock before they try to get a little aggressive themselves. Nocturnal, of course, always taking these off angles to split that focus fire.
Yeah, he's going to be relatively safe with his Q, but from this distance, I would play a little bit more cautiously. You can absolutely get beamed from the double peaks there, and he feels that, and so he does back away from that one for now. Just poking and prodding, you can see that Fun and Flanker are anchoring all the way back inside Countdown now, holding down one of the office buildings for the time being. It does look like they want to go ahead and make sure that they have that one completely unlocked. as they are chasing after Nocturnal right now. Cheeky peeks out from them, but he should be safe. But this team is advancing. Nocturnal has to hit that Q, drop down to about 30 HP. Needs the help of Flanker and Fun. Fun should have the ultimate to use here, as it looks like Nestle Splash do get pushed now by Team Razor. The first knock coming out from that raid. Zara Tricky will finish off Malice Mamba. It's just Gibby and Turns losing out on this Caustic. It's going to make it so much difficult for them to hold, as these barrels will eventually expire. Going to find themselves extremely exposed. We know that Team Intel as well is playing right ahead of them as they try to get in there quickly. The ring pulling on over towards Lava Fissure, though, is going to force all of the squads that are playing over by Countdown out into the open. Gibby sees that barrel, and now things are looking so bad for Nestle Splash.
It's just so difficult to try to get into a position here when you have such a high ground and low ground situation with so many squads also beaming you from every direction. Turns goes down. Skittlecakes being able to get that extra point for Team Intel. But here, when you have such a small circle and 14 squads left, what can you do? There's such limited space for you to move around it.
Ooh, Alberlele. It looks like it was Cloud9 that was up there. Got the knock onto Nocturnal. Finished him off as well. Gibby the only one alive for Nestle Splash, though. Remember, they were in the top 2, but they won't be for much longer. Gibby is the only one alive for his squad. He was able to get the banner of Mamba at the very least. Now Bubble forced out early on. And he's a little bit slow on these heals, so he's not going to have full time to recover extremely well. 303 making their push, though. Able to take out, looks like a few members of Renegades. Pow going it down, coming in for the third party over here at Countdown. Now, Escape did go down throughout all of that. Imperial Hal is the one that picks that one up and secures that Thirst. Nice shot out from Sleepy Panda with that Kraber, keeping TSM in check. After the heals, TSM should full send it onto them. That's why Sleepy Panda's trying to back off, trying to find another angle here. Action taking place all across the map right now.
That was some respect bought in right there too, but look, being able to find that break in the shield is going to give them the green light to get aggressive. We see Imperial Hall getting into position. Sleepy Panda landing another shot though. So more pressure going in. It's very doable, but look at this. They're solo 303, losing Calpon. He won't be able to help out, and neither will they be able to stand TSM. They do get those 2 picks. And take a look, the fact that there's still 11 squads left, and now we have reached the end point of the game. Final circle now on the map, and TSM are looking to be in a really good position with a lot of loot in their favor here. And the circle's also right there, so they'll be able to have some clear view of that open ground for any of those squads rotating in through the corners.
Yeah, the majority of the squads, I believe, they're going to be bottlenecked over there by Lava Fissure. It's going to be important to see who's actually holding down that building that's in the next zone. TSM keeping an eye on their backs as well, making sure no one rotates into them. It's CLG that have this building on lock. Look to them to gatekeep. They have to be wary of the flanks. They cannot hard tunnel onto this. They need to have someone watching their back this entire time. I know how tempting it is to try to pick up the kill points. The ring will be closing in 45 seconds now. Bird, he needs to have immaculate positioning on these barrels just to get some free kills now, but TSM make the push onto Liquid, the knock onto Flanker here. That's their biggest competition to deal with on this side of the ring. Don't know if they ever got Nocturnal back into this game either, so it might just be Fun left for that squad. Big scan out shows that it's multiple squads involved in this, as well as Gentrifying. Got the knock onto Zach Mazer. So we've got G2, Team Liquid. We've got Gentrifying here for G2 as well, but there it is. Fun gets finished off. That should be Team Liquid out now. And, you know, surprisingly enough, G2, Gentrifying has secured himself a top finish. He got the kill onto Knocked as well, and we are now in our top 9.
And finally, now with these squads just going down to the wire, huge crack here with the Rampage. It's a good position for Knights as they are going to be able to use those rocks as some cover, but look at the fight going down right behind them here, Jamerson. TSM, are they dropping down? They are. It's Imperial Howl. He's bloodthirsty, but he can't ignore Fury, who's right behind them. They've lost Imperial Howl here, and the circle is closing in, and this circle is going to hurt. They're going to be able to get him right back in the fight, perhaps maybe get back onto the high ground so that way they can approach the circle from a better angle.
PK doing a great job just holding it out, finally finishing off gentrifying there. So G2 go down in 7th or 8th position. Bronzy was knocked, but they've got the port to get him to safety, and he was really just on the edge of the ring. And so this was just a very, very safety port for them, as Team Intel now trying to get rid of the squad that was holding inside of this building. But it looks like multiple squads are actually involved in this one. Skittlecakes is the only one alive now for his squad. Did he get spotted out? It looks like he actually survives for now. Team Razor on the roof is putting a stop to that team from pushing out for free. Caustic, the GS Bird, picking up that knock onto Zera Tricky, and they're just breathing it in. Here comes the climb up from CLG. Jake goes down, but CLG will be able to secure this. TSM now going for the full send onto them here, as CLG haven't even been able to recover at this time. TSM take rooftop control, but they also have to worry about the low ground position there, as they do back away, not giving up too much ground. And so they know that there's another team involved in this one. They're going to allow them to deal with each other. It looks like the reses do come out. Team Intel somehow survived this scramble.
The fact that Skittlecakes survived being one for so long is just amazing to me. There's still one more squad left, and you can see them right down below in the building. But having this high ground position is going to be given up shortly, and the really bad spot is being sandwiched here. They don't want to be behind this other squad that's forced out of this building first.
Duke just delaying that nade for as long as he can, but it's all about TSM. Will Intel be able to get rid of CLG before all of this, or will they just go ahead and full send it onto TSM right now? The barrels are going down for Skittlecakes. The bubble comes out early, unfortunately, for Team Intel. They do finish off Jake, though. There's just now one player remaining for CLG. TSM playing this one super cautiously. Nice port set up, though, to get onto the low ground, as Bird gets a knock onto Raps, and that's going to be Imperial Hal going down as well. This is a huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final two squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
What a performance at the very end. TSM were the team that looked like they had the circle advantage. They look great positioning-wise, but the moment that you have the other squad pushing, the rampage is so lethal, especially in the right hands. Amazing performance from Team Intel, taking that last game of the night.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners of the evening here for the Rice Krispie Week's Pro Nights. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
If I could create the Nemusona Rice Krispies Treats flavor, 100% I would have to mix a Rice Krispie with one of my favorite toppings, Nutella. Because Rice Krispies, the best sweet thing that you can eat, plus Nutella, the best sweet topping you can have, mix them together, sweet greatness, baby. If you're ever playing Apex Legends and you want to get yourself some cool snacks or the best gear possible to play like the pros, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena to get the best gear and the best snacks. My name is Nemusona. I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you're watching Rice Krispies Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Team Intel with a clutch victory there to end the night here and to close out Rice Krispies Treats week. Great finish from them. It looked like TSM maybe was in the right spot, but Intel winning all of the fights that they needed at the end, and they grabbed the dub. Let's check out our final player of the game for this week, and it's going to go to Skittle Cakes, up there in the top 3 in terms of our Slayer rankings for Series E so far this season. Grabs another 5 kills, 2 assists, and 1,500 damage for himself in that performance. So a great showing from Intel to close out the day, and they've been having, you know, an interesting few weeks. They've been kind of getting up into the top 5 a little bit here and there, but they haven't been able to finish out nights. And while I don't know that this likely gets them into the top 2 range, it still is a strong finish to the night. At the very least, 19 points for the squad, and Pringles has been bearing down on them in the standings over the last couple of weeks, and they're looking to try and separate themselves, not allow that second place team to catch up, and a win like that is certainly going to help them do that. Before we go back over to Jamerson and Vicky, do want to remind you guys once again, we got that giveaway going on, that awesome Rice Krispies Treats pack, as well as a brand new Razer keyboard. And if you use !giveaway, you can get in on that yourself. So make sure to do that here tonight or sometime this week so you can win some awesome swag. We want to give it to you, so get in on that. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Vicky will break down the Mobile One leaderboard and see who won tonight, and then I'll be back to close the show. I'll see you in a few.
Hey, what's up? I'm Clinical, and this season we're gonna snack, crackle, and pop the competition.
For the Chihuahua shot right there, the little ankle biter. Not gonna really land though is Rice Krispies Treats. Now with the Mastiff, this is what I love the Mastiff for, but there's tons of grenades sitting in the way. Clinical trying to get out of there. There's a nice R3.
If you're ever looking for snacks or gear, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all the products that you need. My name is Clinical, and I play Apex Legends for Rice Krispies Treats, and you are watching Rice Krispies Treats Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Now, before we headed into the final game of the evening, it was super close amongst about 4 teams, and then we also had 2 other teams there on the wings that were well within range. So we're waiting on the edge of our seats. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who our victors are for the evening. And after 5 games, TSM come back from behind to take the win with 64 points. The Benchwarmers, though, find themselves in second place with 51. And Intel and Splash, though, rounded out there in the top 4. 48 points tied. It's actually going to be Team Intel and actually get third place tonight with the tiebreaker win.
Actually insane to look at TSM and their progress throughout the night, specifically the last 2 games that really allowed them to skyrocket themselves in this leaderboard. Specifically the fact that TSM had 13 kill participation points for both the last game and the game before that, allowed them to secure enough points to take it over Benchwarmers. And we saw how close it was between Benchwarmers and Nestle Splash, but that's the beauty when you have your top 6 teams so close in points at the end of the day.
And you can see right there, the pack that was right behind them. Team Intel, Splash, Liquid, Pringles, they were only separated by about 10 points. And so it was really anyone's game, but TSM finding some excellent opportunities there in Countdown, getting kills after kills after kills. It was a great game for them. They didn't need, what was it, like the +9 or +7 what they ended up getting. I forget if they were second or third in that last game, but still, it was a great finish for them. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that final game of the evening. And it was basically this 3-team affair. Intel somehow scraping by to stay alive. We have to remember that Skittle Cakes was the only one still up for his squad. He was able to get them res back on in, the knock onto Jake. But it was this port play that drew the TSM's attention away. You can see instantly the full send coming out from Team Intel, punishing TSM, who just stretched themselves way too thin. But still, TSM, damage done for them. They got enough kills. They've got enough placement points. They finished off the night strong, and they got the win overall in the evening.
It's super impressive because their second game performance just was not great. I believe they had died at 12th place and they only got 2 kills in that one game alone. So the fact that they were able to make up for those loss of points within the following few games beyond that, getting 13 kills again for that last game and the second to last game, meant everything for TSM to take the entire night.
Yeah, and it was an amazing night. So congratulations to TSM for taking the win. We're going to go ahead and send it over to Yeso, but that's going to do it for us. We will see you back next week for week number 8 of Series Z. Have a good weekend. And Yeso, go ahead and take it away, man.
Thank you, Jamerson. Always a pleasure to get to watch you and Vicky do your work. Great job this week. So please, everybody in chat, everybody watch the show, please make sure to send those two some love. They are pros on the day every time they show up. So absolutely love to see that. And TSM, it's kind of a weird situation because we're in week 7, and this is the first time that I'm able to congratulate TSM for a pro night victory. Last year, they were running the table almost every single week, and if you've watched throughout this season, they have been in the conversation week after week after week, and they finally are able to push it through and grab a victory here in week number 7. So congratulations to them. Big performance. They close the show strong. Now I want to take a look at our cumulative leaderboard, look at where our partnered squads sit right now. So we're going to pull that one up for you here as Team Intel still sits in first place. Obviously, they have the strong finish to the day, and that opens up a little bit more of a gap for them there. You can see 52 points separates first and second place. It's very tight between Pringles and Razor now, just 30 points between them, and then the gap opens up 110 points between third and fourth. So really, there are just multiple different segments. You have kind of your S-tier teams at the top, Intel, Pringles, and Razor. You go down to that next tier, you've got Pop-Tarts, Splash, and you can probably just Pop-Tarts and Splash. I think you could try and push cheeses in there, but the gap is getting bigger. And then you look at Team Rockstar, who had no points tonight. 0 points on the board for Team Rockstar, and that is, I mean, look, I have been critical of Rice Krispies treats throughout the season. They've had multiple single-digit point performances, and I think if you have a performance like that, you do deserve criticism, but having no points at all is unacceptable. Rockstar has got to figure it out here as we get ready to wind down the season. But that's where our standings sit here after week number 7. We're going to have more action next week. We'll be back here once again Tuesday and Wednesday night at 4 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esportsarena for Intel Week. So you're not going to want to miss out on that. And if you missed anything this week, make sure to tune in this Friday. We'll be live at 5 p.m. Pacific for Final Circle. I'll be talking about Series E and everything going on in the Apex scene as a whole. And if you need to scratch your TCG itch, I know Evolving Skies just came out. We'll be opening some awesome Pokemon cards here in Studio Blue tomorrow, so make sure to check that one out. It's been a fun show, folks. Hope you enjoyed the week. Enjoy the rest of your time, and that's going to be it for myself, everybody in the live broadcast crew, and all of us here at Esports Arena. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.